Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Lakewood City Council in Lakewood, Colorado on September 9th, 2019 at 7 p.m. in chambers. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Paul?
Here.
Roybal?
Here.
Gutwein? Here. Skilling? Here. LeBure?
Here.
Abel?
Here.
Vincent?
Here.
Vita? Here. Johnson?
Here.
Franks? Here. Harrison?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. I'd like to welcome you all to council chambers. We have a fun evening planned, and we have a really cool presentation that will start at the beginning with the Mayor's Inspiration Awards. We're also going to move one agenda item up, and we'll explain that in a minute. But I ask that if you do have a cell phone, please put that on silent. And if you'll please join me, stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll remain standing for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. So, Charlie, we're going to pull up that number. Okay, so we are going to move the agenda, and we're going to move item 19 up to right now. I'm going to ask the clerk to please read item 19 into the record.
Item 19, Ordinance O-2019-34, amending the Lakewood zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you. So for some folks who might have come this evening to speak on this issue, which has to do with some changes to our rules that pertain to pigeons, we didn't want you to have to wait all night to have to testify. So Councilors Franks or Skilling are going to make a motion to postpone for reasons that I will let them explain, if they'd wish.
So I wanted to kind of explain, from council, we have council requests for action, and that's when we put together something that one of us wants to move forward. All of us can submit those, and then the council body as a whole decides to move something forward. And so this council decided to move the ordinance for small animals forward, and because it's a land use matter, it goes to the Planning Commission. And basically, the ordinance that came out of that process, it was so substantially changed from the input that it just would not be productive to discuss tonight. So that's why we're making a motion to pull item 19, Ordinance O-2019-34, amending the Lakewood zoning ordinance, a change related to small animals and more specifically pigeons, put that on indefinite hold pending further review.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from the council? Seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, and that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays, so we will postpone that and we will move forward with our agenda. Will the clerk please call item 4 into the record?
Item 4, presentation, Mayor's Inspiration Award winners.
Okay, so I'm going to come down here. So this is, again, a special evening to celebrate what makes our community great. And that's the incredible individuals and organizations that do things day in and day out because they care about our community. Most of these folks probably don't want to be recognized here tonight and might find it a little bit embarrassing, but we are glad to do that. And if you had the chance to participate in the reception, I want to thank our staff, Caitlin, Donna, Emily, Donna's daughters, for helping to put this all together. It was a lovely way to help celebrate this presentation. The Mayor's Inspiration Award is recognizing 9 remarkable people and organizations for their inspiring work and commitment to Lakewood community. The winners were chosen based on contributions in community engagement, collaboration, inclusiveness, diversity, innovation, and community impact. We're thrilled to have many of the winners with us tonight. The Mayor's Inspiration Award was created in 2017 after the Lakewood Advisory Commission recommended the creation of the award to acknowledge those having a significant impact in the community. At this time, I'm going to begin to invite winners down, and when I call you down, if you and your friends and family want to come and join as well, and if you'd like to take pictures, please feel free. So, first off, we have some very special young ladies here. Girl Scout Troop 60418, come on down. Okay, so Girl Scout Troop 60418 is hungry to learn about ways to impact their community. Once the troop finds practical ways to help, they spring into action by setting then implementing a goal. Troop 60418 use the income they earn from cookie sales to purchase items for people experiencing homelessness. They purchased the items, assembled the goodie bags, and organized deliver to the Lakewood Police Department for distribution. The goodie bags also contained a note from the troop explaining the gift and even included an empty trash bag to encourage the recipient to make their environment better than they found it. So let's give a special thank you to Abigail, Sophia, Daphne, Taylor, Kay, Micah, and Mika, and their adult helpers, Katie and Sable. Next, we're going to award those in the organization category. Library to you volunteers if you want to come down. So it sounds like this is just a small portion. There's 50 of them. So nice representation tonight. Library to you volunteers bring access to the library to folks who cannot leave their home due to injury, age, or incarceration. Without these volunteers, the public library would struggle to meet the needs of the community for which they serve. Volunteers pick up prepackaged deliveries from Lakewood libraries to deliver to homebound residents in all seasons of weather. They also fill the technology gap by placing holds on publications for residents who lack computer skills so they can get the items they want most. Volunteers are often the only personal contact in a resident's day, providing a valuable opportunity for interaction, connection, and in some cases, intervention. Library to you volunteers have strengthened the impact of the library and have helped enrich the lives of these residents. Thank you all. So next up we have Mommy Rocks. Come on down. Well, you rock. Mommy Rocks has been serving new parents and their babies in the Lakewood community since 2002. Often when a baby enters the world, new parents don't know what they'll need to help nurture the bond with their child. Mommy Rocks strives to support the bonding experience by providing rocking chairs thanks to generous donations of supporters. The organization even fits the new parents to the perfect chair to address their needs. The rocking chair provides a safe place for the baby to nurse, to cuddle, to be soothed, to sleep, or to hear a story. Mommy Rocks is a bright light in Lakewood that helps new lives in our community shine. Thank you. And so now we have a very special one, and I'm going to invite anybody who wants to come down, whether active or retired or with our scouts, to come down and honor Dave Adams. Kathy, do you want to join this one, please? Well, this is really cool and very special for a lot of reasons. So, wow. F the group, amazing. Dave Adams has been a volunteer leader for over 25 years with Boy Scout Troop 537. Mentoring and teaching Boy Scouts ages 11 through 18 years old, Dave's volunteerism doesn't stop at the Boy Scouts. He also served in other capacities in his community, Lakewood Junior Baseball Association, Boys and Girls Club, and the Lakewood United Church of Christ. He was also an active member of the Police Athletic League, but he always made time to work with the members of Boy Scouts 537, even after his own sons aged out of the pack. As a testament to the impact he made, as Scouts earn their Eagle Scout Award, they present a mentor pin to an adult who has helped them throughout the program. Dave has dozens of pins from grateful young men whose lives he has impacted. He has dedicated his life to the youth of our community. And not only has he dedicated his life to the youth of our community, but Dave was a Lakewood police agent who retired within the last couple of years, who could not join us tonight. He was a member of our honor guard, and you'd probably recognize him if you saw him today. So this is an incredible tribute from many of his colleagues and from the staff that love Dave Adams, and we want to thank you for everything that you've done for our incredible city. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. All right. Next up, Sandy Austin. She made it. Come on down, Sandy. Saw you. So I was just with Sandy. We were up celebrating the Believe It or Not, I Care special day today at Red Rocks Community College. So Sandy is a high energy, retired Green Mountain High School counselor who created a team called Bionic, which stands for Believe It or Not, I Care. The team, comprised of high school students, was created to empower young people to reach out to students going through similar tough times, to let them know that they are seen, valued, and cared for, in hopes of preventing them from spiraling down into more serious issues, including suicide. In the past 6 months, Sandy launched Bionic as a nonprofit and is beginning to bring the team to many more schools, churches, businesses, and other organizations. Today, Red Rocks Community College announced that they would be participating. Sandy teaches our community how to truly care for others. Congratulations. Mr. Costello, come on down. You got quite a crew here too, I think. Come on down. All right. So Declan Costello is a voluntary program manager for Lakewood CERT, Community Emergency Response Team, which prepares communities for a day when first responders may not be able to help immediately when faced with a crisis. He is also the chair of the North Central Region Citizen Preparedness Committee, which covers 10 counties, including Jefferson County. CERT has trained over 200 people and will likely be 300 by the end of 2019. Thanks to Declan's tenacity to help people prepare for a crisis, the CERT team have volunteered thousands of hours collectively to improve awareness, with Declan leading the way. Declan passionately believes that everyone can help each other and do more in their community. Those who have learned from Declan call him an inspirational leader, passionate, encouraging, mentoring, and delighted by the success and development of his team. Congratulations. Kelly Swanger, Swansiger, come on down. I got the ger part. All right, you got the crew. Nice. How you doing? Kelly is a Bear Creek High School teacher who collaborated with members of the Blue Spruce Lakewood chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. They came together to make sensory bottles for 25 local Jefferson County schools with autism center-based programs. Sensory bottles give people with autism something to focus on when their surroundings become overwhelming. Once assembled, Kelly spent hours delivering these bottles to schools all over the Jeffco area, including multiple schools in Lakewood. Kelly designed this as a service project for students to learn how to identify needs in the community and find creative, innovative ways to solve the problem. Education in Kelly's classroom is not just book learning. It is using what the students learn to improve the community. And she does an incredible job, has a great history program as well. So thank you for all you do. Tammy Fisher. Come on down. Uh-oh, somebody's get down here. I wouldn't mess with her. Right? Okay, we'll just wait a couple seconds. Tammy is a woman on a mission, indeed, to feed Lakewood families in need. She supplies 1,000 pounds of food weekly to the veterans housed at 40 West Colfax, Harlan, in addition to her multiple visits to hotels along West Colfax to supply groceries. This is all funded only by a couple of donors and herself. Tammy does not receive a salary for the work she is doing. What makes her stand out, however, is her love for the children in the hotels along West Colfax. She gets personally involved in helping to make their lives better by remembering them at Christmas and Easter. She helps the children buy their mom a gift on Mother's Day and gives them new school clothes and supplies. In the summer, on her day off, she loads the kids up in her van and takes them to a local swimming pool with passes that have been donated. Tammy truly loves these children, who are living in rough conditions. She strives to make their lives better by giving them a chance to run, play, and swim. A day just to have fun and a day just to be a kid. Thank you so much. All right, James Fry, the last thing you wanted to do. James Fry is the founder of Mean Street Ministry. James has a gift for relationships, so in order to help people who were hungry, he started buying day-old sandwiches from 7-Eleven stores to share with the people on Colfax. This small act of kindness helped build trust between James and the folks he was helping. Before long, others came to help. Soon, James was buying food and keeping it in his garage to deliver to the motels with his group of volunteers. However, as the needs in the community grew, he was unable to keep up with the demand financially, so he decided he had to stop. But on that very day, a man inspired James' mission, delivered an entire van full of food. James then knew that his calling was to continue the mission he started. After 6 years of visiting people in motels with food and other supplies, he officially started Mean Street Ministry. 18 years later, the ministry is completely donor-funded and has grown to include a food bank, a cafe, a family winter shelter, and many other amenities. James has created trusting relationships with many of Lakewood's homeless, as well as service providers in the community. Thank you, James. What a group. How about one more round of applause for all of our folks tonight? I told you this would be cool, and I hope you enjoyed it. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you'd like. But I think what's inspiring is while we recognize these folks tonight, there are thousands of others out there doing things every day, and that's what makes Lakewood a great community. So again, thank you to them, and thank you to you all for coming out tonight. That was cool for Dave Adams. I guess he's on a ventilator. And he's on a ventilator. So said he tried to come tonight. But I saw him at the police award ceremony and he could still walk. He couldn't talk, but he could still walk. So as folks are leaving, if you'd like to come in from the back and find a place down here, that'd be fantastic. almost lost our TV person. All right. Stace, are we good to go? Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read item 5 into the record?
Item 5, Resolution 2019-30, approving the appointment of Scott West to serve on the Board of Directors of the Lakewood West Colfax Business Improvement District.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
Mayor Paul, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2019-30.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. And looks like we are on to public comment. All right. Charlie, do we have a script? A script. It's all right. All right, so this is the point of the meeting where the public is invited to address City Council on any non-agenda item. So general public comment will be 3 minutes per person. You'll have a timer right here, and the lights on the lectern will go green for 2.5, yellow for 30 seconds, and red when your time's up. And I will politely try to wrap you up if you go a little bit over. I ask that all in attendance respect the decorum of council chambers and refrain from audible applause or discourse with the speakers. So again, this is for non-agenda items, and we have a few folks who've asked to pool their time. And so I will start with Sandy Weathers, and looks like you're gonna pool your time with Mike Fletcher. Tracy, are you here? Yep, there's Trace and Nikki. Good evening. Welcome.
I have handouts.
Okay, please. Oh, thank you. Good evening.
On August 3rd, 2019, my hometown of El Paso, Texas, was the site of a domestic terrorist attack. My uncle, John Ogas, arrived at the Walmart 2 minutes before the shooting. My uncle was one of the fortunate ones. He survived, but his partner of over 10 years, Gloria Marquez, was one of the first ones to be killed that fateful day. The mass shooting in El Paso has shaken me to my core, not only because it happened in my hometown, but mostly because this was a racist attack on the Latino community. And I apologize for my voice, everyone, but it is what it is. Although I have spoken with about half of our city councilors offline regarding my concerns with diversity and inclusion in Lakewood, I feel in light of this recent event, it is imperative for me to make this public comment today. I want to begin my testimony with the actions of our current president, Donald Trump, and how his rhetoric has infiltrated our city of Lakewood. It began in 2015 when our president was running for office. He stated, when Mexico sends its people, they are not sending their best. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. So when this happened back in 2015, I want you all to know that that was very hard for me to hear because my mother is a Mexican immigrant. She came here when she was 6 years old. My mother is not a criminal, but because the president gave this speech, millions of Mexican immigrants have been labeled as such. So some of you might think that these are just words that the president are saying. They're not hurting anyone, but I am here today to say that words have the power to provoke. These words and the series of racist tweets that the American people have been subjected to over the past 4 years have opened the floodgates of hatred toward the Latino community. It is now socially acceptable to share racist comments online through social media. It is causing people to act, and this is what happened in El Paso. If you compare the manifesto of the El Paso shooter, you will see the second and third sentences spell out his motive. And I did attach the manifesto here in this document. It's a little small, I'm sorry. So what he says is, this attack is a result of the Hispanic invasion of Texas. They are the instigators, not me. I am simply defending my country from cultural and ethnic replacement brought on by an invasion. The word invasion has consistently been used by our president, so much so that he just purchased 2,000 Facebook ads using this terminology. Very shortly after I returned from El Paso, I logged into Nextdoor. I was back home in Lakewood, and I just saw something shocking on Nextdoor. So this was a post from one of our local residents here, and I have that post for you to see on the second page. So in this post, he says, fact, there would not be any of these problems if these idiots and child abusers did not drag their children through the desert to these facilities in the first place and quit invading us. So there's that word again, invade. It's just become a trigger for me. Excuse me. So this word, if we're just looking at words, the word invade has provoked a man from Dallas to drive 800 miles to take 22 lives. Words have power, words have intention. And I know this is just social media, but people are so emboldened that these kinds of posts are even made to the Lakewood PD Facebook page. I do have a couple screenshots to show you from that as well. I do want to preface by saying I commend the Lakewood PD for taking down this post shortly after it was made. But the fact of the matter is it was made. So if you turn to page 3, you will see that there was a discussion made after the Belmar stabbing, which is very difficult. But what the poster says is, we didn't have this kind of stuff here until recently. Why do people ignore the cause? Maybe it's time to admit what it is and actually make some changes. Someone asked him, well, what do you mean by that? Then he says, criminals are the cause. Our police are not being allowed to do their jobs to eradicate our city of these criminals. Denver being a sanctuary to these criminals while disobeying federal laws, allowing them to spread into our surrounding cities. So there's another reference again of someone in Lakewood referring to immigrants as criminals. So those are just two examples of social media. But that's one form of media. We have something that I consider more dangerous in Lakewood. And I'm going to move on to the harder subject for me tonight, and that's of the Lakewood Watchdog. So I have a copy of it here. We don't know a lot about this publication because we don't know who funds it. It doesn't have subscribers. It doesn't have advertisers. So what we do know, we have a name on the back, Dan Smith. Dan Smith is a former Ward 3 City Council candidate, and I have been following him because I like to know where news comes from. I think everyone who gets this and reads it should know where it's coming from. So what I've been able to find out is Mr. Smith has a long history of posting racial Facebook posts, and they are horrific. And I'd like to share them with you today, and it's hard and it's ugly, but I don't know how else to make this clear to everyone that we're living in a time where we need to stand up against this. So if I can put this here. Thank you. Oh. So the very first graphic, we have Facebook post by Mr. Smith. Just drove through Ferguson, didn't see any problems. That's a picture of a semi-truck with body parts hanging out. Mr. Smith's comment is, "This is how to get it right." That's provoking violence. I have a big issue with that. The second graphic that I have is a picture of an Asian man. "I'm Chinese. My people were slaves in California during the 1800s making railroads. You didn't know that because we never asked for handouts or blamed Whitey." This bothers me as well because I know a thing or two about history. The Chinese did have a labor movement. I mean, to just say that, they accepted this is just false. But I'll move on. I don't want to get into history. This next one, while Democrats fight for illegal aliens, millions of American children will go to bed tonight hungry tonight. DACA, Democrats Against Children of America. So we are in an awful situation right now where we have children in cages. We have children who have been separated from their parents. And I don't care where a child is from. This is not okay. I think as Americans, we need to take care of all children. So to make a comment like this saying that, oh, Democrats care about illegal immigrants, it's just not okay. And this is the last one I want to share. I have some more in your packet. There's a lot of them. I could go on all night, but I'm just going to keep this short. This is immigration, and this is a foreign invasion. So there's that word again. So he shares the same mentality that we're being invaded. So let me get back to, if you can give me a second to get back to my place. I know we have freedom of speech in this country, but when that speech is used to hurt people, it is not okay. These posts by Dan Smith are very hurtful to the community. We are no longer in a time where it is okay to simply be not racist. And for the record, I don't believe anyone in front of me here is, but that's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is I want everyone to step up and demonstrate that you are anti-racist, because that's what we need right now. So some of you are running for re-election. I'm going to try to make my ask quick. Anyone who's running for office, please renounce any endorsement from the Lakewood Watchdog. Anyone who gives out the Lakewood Watchdog at their ward meetings, please discontinue that practice. And I will come back another day and
Thank you.
finish.
Time's up.
Thank you.
All right. So, thank you very much. We can clap like this, please. Be helpful. Thank you. Next up, I have Matt Boyles, and looks like you're speaking for Matt Morgan, Steve Clark, and Kenny Davis. Are you all here? 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Come on down.
I think I have a PowerPoint.
Okay. Then next up is going to be Bob Spawn. So this will be a 10-minute presentation, up to 10 minutes.
All right, hello, thank you. My name is Matt Boyles, and I'm standing in front of you tonight representing a small but passionate group of people. We call ourselves Crash. They're sitting right over there. And the Civil Air Patrol, we have teachers and families are the people that we serve. So, our group was founded 30 years ago. So for reference, the Berlin Wall came down 30 years ago. People still had answering machines. 30 years is a long time. 30 years is longer than the people that made this decision have had their job. It's longer than I've ever had a job. 30 years is a long time. Our organization's priorities are to create and encourage young minds to experiment and innovate. Many kids growing up don't have the kinds of resources our club provides them to support their curiosity. Libraries and schools build computer labs. Right now, Lakewood has an aerospace lab, and it is up to this council to make sure it keeps it. The city has, over the years, been the proud owner of an incubator of young scientists and engineers. These young, bright minds grow up to support the second largest aerospace economy in the country. That is what our group does and what we want. We want to provide at no cost, other than the price of entering the park, which seems to be getting to be a lot these days, a place where bright young minds and the families that support them can come out and explore those ideas free from a computer screen. They can see their simulations acted out in the real world. Parents and children can enjoy the park in a completely new way. There is something about seeing the joy on an 8-year-old's face running to get a rocket that he built so that he can fly it again that will change the way you see this world. Once you've seen this, then you will know why we do what we do and why this is important. Over the years, we have provided a safe and structured place to support the Scouts, high schools, university students, families. One of our members wanted to make it to this meeting, but is instead volunteering with a Cub Scout group, building them rockets so that they can come out and fly them with us later this year. Our group volunteers with high schools, mentoring students for the American Rocketry Challenge. It's a national contest, the winners of which go on to Europe to compete against the world. Without this site, we won't be able to do that anymore. University students won't have a place to test out their projects. More families will spend weekends inside watching TV. This is important. We provide a safe, structured environment with all of the equipment needed to fly. Our club members have the experience and knowledge to tell which rockets will fly safely and which rockets need to stay grounded. If Lakewood takes this site away, they will lose this pool of experience. The other suggestions were to find someplace else, and we did our best. There is nowhere else. As you can see from this map, people come from all over the state because this is the only place left. I know of a father that flies in from Boston on Friday nights so that he can launch rockets with his son. We have looked for a location that everyone could afford, that was close enough to where they lived, that would also be suitable, and there are none, especially none like this. Bear Creek Lake Park is 2,624 acres, and we ask to use just 16 of that for 8 hours a month. Why we need to fight this hard so that we can support this cause is a mystery to me. As I mentioned earlier, Colorado is home to the second largest aerospace economy in the country. In some cases, the parents and families that come out to fly with us are literally rocket scientists. One of the concerns that the park provided us was that they were over capacity. As you can see from these two pictures taken on the same day, just a few minutes apart, the swim beach is at capacity. The area that we launch is empty. So as you can see over the years, the dangerous missiles ordinance, which we've been told we might follow under, has been modified many times, but never to explicitly call out model rockets. We feel that our activity is just as valid an activity as the others in the park, and that if the park was willing to work with us, we could manage this effectively. But so far, every compromise we have offered, they have declined. So we would like to ask the City Council to move forward on a study session for a new ordinance to define the term model rocket and designate our location at Bear Creek Lake Park as an official rocket launch site. In the meantime, we would like to be ensured that we will be able to continue using the launch site in 2020. And I got lost. Oh, it's because I have a different version. So thank you for your time. I think there's a version of this PowerPoint that has the other information, but we would like to invite all of you to our next launch. It's on September 21st. I think we have the Civil Air Patrol there that day. And it's at Bear Creek Lake Park in the Mountain View part of the area. And yeah, I'm not sure which version of this PowerPoint you have, but we'll get you the most up-to-date one.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bob. And then I have Juanita Cordova. Pass, okay. And then Adriana Hannigan.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for your time.
You bet, welcome.
I'd like to follow up a little bit on Matt's talk. I'm Bob Spone. I live in Longmont. And I've got just some notes I'd like to present to you folks. City of Lakewood and Bear Creek Lake Park should take pride in the fact they have hosted such a high caliber rocketry association for 3 decades. Crash's dedication to safety and education and providing a warm, friendly, and welcoming organization for all Rocketeers, new and experienced, is an asset to the city and the surrounding area. Like I said, I'm from Longmont, and I know that I and others from outside the metro area make the effort to attend crash launches precisely because of the benefits provided by launching at this safe and accessible site with this club. This is the closest organized site for launching in the area, as Matt just pointed out. I have introduced numerous friends and family to the park via launches with Crash, and many do return to enjoy the park on its own merits. So I would suggest, instead of trying to close down an educational, safe, and extremely popular activity, I urge you to strive instead to embrace the mutual benefits of continuing this great partnership. Crash can continue to serve, inspire, and mentor hundreds of flyers each year, and the city and park will continue to receive the positive exposure and continued revenue Crash provides each year. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Adriana? And then Mr. Otten, looks like you have a pooling, so you'll be up next.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Hello, my name is Adrienne Hannigan, and I would like to talk about the Federal Center, particularly the 15 acres, if I might. And what I would like to say is that there's going to be a presentation here by, I think it's Mr. Walker's slideshow. And in one of the slides, do you have the thing where I can show what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Where do I
There
go?
you go.
Where my phone is? Oh, Thank you. That helps a lot. Okay. So what we have is, I'd like to clarify what he's talking about in slide 9, and that is in particular, it says contaminants in soil are only harmful to humans if direct exposure or breathing dust. And my question is, if contaminants are in the soil at the Federal Center, then they will be inhaled into the lungs whenever the wind blows. And those contaminants, I think, are the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and they cause a lot of damage to young children, to fetuses in utero, and things like that. And then also in slide 9, if contaminants are in the soil, they will be hailed into the lungs, as I said. And then it states that no one uses the water. Who doesn't use water? That's really very strange. Right here. It says here that no one uses the water, will not in future. How are you going to stop people from doing that? I think that that's very interesting. And then there's also something else. In slide 10, it says, there's also a letter Mr. Walker wrote on February 14th to Travis Parker. And he says that the GSA constructed short-term soil and vegetation cover over a portion of the landfill. If it is only temporary, who pays for the permanent solution? Does the public health, basically there was a public health document right here. Does this still apply? I'm just wondering about this. And then I have one more thing to present. I see I have 31 seconds and I need to wrap this up. I have 25 copies of this. Can people see this? No, nobody can see it. Okay. Oh, very good. Thank you. Okay. So what we have are the lists of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and they cause a number of problems. The PAH exposure lowers infant IQs, things like that, and I have lots of things to hand out. So anyway, I just wanted to point out the dangers of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Otten, looks like you're speaking for Carol Baum, Lynn Judson, and Nancy Palazzi. Okay. And then after that, I have Mr. Buckley, and looks like you're going to pool your time.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jim Otten. I live at 1868 South Beach Street in Lakewood. I have some comments on the 59-acre parcel, again on the northwest corner of the Denver Federal Center. In these comments, I assume that the council members and much of the audience understand much of the background of the site. I apologize that my slide presentation wasn't prepared in time enough to get approval for its presentation, but there may be an opportunity to do so later. I have substantial credentials, I believe, to talk on this subject. Specifically by background, I'm a retired USGS employee. My area of expertise was uranium, radium, and radon in the environmental geology thereof. And I have extensive background and work in the environmental geology in both local, nationally, and internationally on all three of those radio elements. My comments here are my own. I do not currently represent the USGS or any other federal or state agency. I'll give you part of the bottom line first, and that is that the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has declared a specific status for both the 15-acre portion of the 59-acre site and the 44-acre portion of the 59-acre site. The 44-acre portion is set for basically unrestricted use with a few caveats that are related to the fact that no sampling can be complete, so there may be small pockets of contaminated soils and other things continuing on the site, and then some other minor caveats. The 15-acre site is also set aside for unrestricted use, but with strong controls that would be basically supervised by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. So the plans that might be made by a future user of the site would be reviewed, and then the precautions that they would be set by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, depending on specifically what the plans would be. For example, if there was a deep invasion of the site for foundation of a structure, that would require probably at least localized cleanup, if not more extensive cleanup. Why is this site of concern? This has been an industrial site for several decades, starting in 1941 with the construction of the Denver Ordnance Plant during World War II. After the war ended, the site was converted to other federal activities, and those federal activities on this 59-acre site were extensive, involving 17 to 20 different federal agencies and colleagues that they might have been working with, other groups that they might have been working with. Aerial photos are an important indicator of these past activities, both during the Denver Ordnance Plant time frame and then during the Denver Federal Center time frame. And these, if we had this projections, the presentation, you would see some of these aerial photos, but these aerial photos extend back to 1948. A 1963 image shows in the northwestern corner of the 59-acre site a series of very orderly placed piles of unidentified material. And in addition to that, it shows the trace of the railroad tracks that existed on the site as far back as the Denver Ordnance Plant time frame. And one of the terminals was a place that, one of those railroad tracks was a place where coal was dropped off. We don't know whether that coal was for use in a power plant or for various investigations by the U.S. Bureau of Mines and other agencies. I would guess the latter. The 1973 version of the aerial photos shows that same peculiar area of orderly piles. You can still see the trace of them. These piles were expanded to the east, but there are something on the order of 70 or 80 piles, again, of unidentified material. The bunkers that were in the 1963 image also show in the 68 and 73, they show in there, but about 3 or 4 of them have been removed. There's the areas of what appear to be waste disposal, which showed in the 1968 image, also continue in the later image. The bunkers during the Denver Ordnance Plant time were loaded with explosives of various types, and they are armored bunkers, basically, piles of material around them and so on. The federal government proposed development through GSA of the Denver Federal Site under a master plan, which included commercial and residential development. And identification of environmental problems and cleanup of the Denver Federal Site became necessary. Multiple environmental investigations and cleanup were based on those investigations has occurred, especially along the western strip of the Federal Center, which is the first area to be designated for commercial and development. And we now have installed several facilities related to St. Joseph Hospital, and we have the RTD Federal Station site. And the remaining parcel is this 59-acre parcel of which we've been talking about. And under federal law, that site was made available to various groups that could apply to occupy that site. And most of you are familiar with a party that attempted to claim the site, but after litigation and a great deal of discussion here, their effort was not successful. The site investigations that allowed clearance and planning for the removal of contaminated material included extensive soil sampling across the entire western site and then extending eastward into the Federal Center itself, basically on a 100-foot grid. In addition to that, there were monitoring wells that were established earlier that were sampled. And of course, these activities extended on to the 59-acre parcel. If you take a look at the data from the groundwater studies, I'll talk about that first. Uranium was a contaminant in addition to many other contaminants, including the PAHs that Adrian Hannigan referred to. There was extensive contaminant analysis for various trace metals of concern and and various organic components and uranium. Among the uranium analyses, there were 8 samples 8 wells that showed values in the range of 30 to 52 picocurie. Sorry, got to get back to radon. Micrograms per liter of uranium, and 30 is the drinking water limit. And so that's why those values above that value are of concern. 6 of those 8 values are on the existing 59-acre site. There's 2 on the eastern fringe of that site that really aren't of concern. So we have uranium that appears to be present in the groundwater, and there was speculation that this groundwater uranium concentrations were from natural leaching of the soils. And I think that can be demonstrated if you take a look at data from other areas in the Denver metro area, because we have some of that data ourselves, and we're privy to some of the other data that we didn't generate ourselves. However, elevated values can also be caused by leaching of uraniferous materials that may be in the soil or were present in piles of radioactive rocks and other things that have been described in the various sites in the area. And speaking of those sites, the 59-acre site was divided into about 8 investigation areas, or IAs, based on the characteristics of the various areas that they investigated. And there were 3 areas in which radioactive materials were represented. And if I had the map, we could point those out. Soil sampling and ground monitoring were important aspects of the work on the site. One of the questions or the conclusion that I have reached would be that the uranium analyses of the soil samples, if they're still available, both surface grabs and so on, this can be done radiometrically if possible. And water samples need to be checked using uranium isotope analysis. One of the things that we can think about is what's the effect of using this site in various ways. And my own personal feeling is that opening this site up to commercial development and residential development and so on is one of the least preferable of the possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Buckley? Mr. Buckley, it looks like you're speaking for Valerie, Eva, and Juliana. Everybody's here. There we go. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight to talk about campaign finance in Lakewood elections. It's an issue that I've taken great interest in and followed for a while. I do want to thank you for your efforts back in February to pass a updated and stricter campaign finance ordinance. I was following some of the debate and the passage of that, and I was happy to see it. We've known for a long time that campaign finance is a big issue in Lakewood elections. In the election that we just had in July, there were record-setting amounts of money. A lot of people made a big deal about the fact that the Yes campaign had hundreds of thousands of dollars donated to that. Fortunately, we know basically who those groups were. We don't always have as much transparency as we like. Some of the groups that donated large sums of money, we don't know where they got all of their money from, but if you dig a little bit deeper in different reports at the state and federal level, you can in fact find where some of that money comes from. But beyond that, there is a lot of money in the elections that is never reported. And interestingly, it seems to me that this money is not on the side that you would necessarily expected it to be from the rhetoric that we always hear in this town. Every time there's been a city election for the last 4 years, a mailer that looks just like this has arrived in my mailbox, full of lots of information. Some of it plays a little bit loose with the truth if you follow closely enough to know that the whole story is not in here in spite of its title on the front. But what always got me is how come they don't say anywhere on here who's funding this? They talk all about these campaign finance donations, usually from their political opponents of the people who publish this, whoever they are. We can't be exactly sure. But they don't disclose their own funding sources. All they disclose is a gentleman named Dan Smith, who is the president of it. They always say that on the last page. But who funds him? How much money are people donating? It's clearly a campaign advertising material. Every single article in this June issue was about the special election. They all had an editorial slant that was in favor of the ballot question that we voted on July 2nd. And this just got me wondering, well, what does our new ordinance say about campaign advertisements for issue elections? Let me adjust this here. This is from the code. You can see that the code defines an issue committee as any person other than a natural person. The Lakewood Watchdog is a Colorado nonprofit corporation, so that covers them. That has a major purpose of supporting or opposing a ballot initiative, or, I highlighted or very clearly, that has accepted or made contributions or expenditures in excess of $200 to support or oppose any ballot issue or ballot question. No reasonable person can read this advertisement and not conclude that it is what it is. It is a campaign advertisement advocating for the ballot question that we voted on July 2nd. Based on the number of people who talk about this thing and the number of places you see it and the number of people whose houses I've wandered into, just friends, neighbors at election time, and seen this sitting, on their kitchen table or next to their mail, this is being sent out to thousands of homes. It's clearly in excess of $200 that is spent every time this gets sent out. I actually did some research before filing this complaint because I wondered, maybe it's cheaper to make one of these newspapers than I'm suspecting. Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe it's not $200. I called up several publishers who make political campaign ads and got some quotes, and I had to make some assumptions about the number of mailings that are sent out. But I found that each copy of producing this and mailing it out to voters probably costs somewhere in the range of $4,000 to $14,000. That's a big range because I really am guessing at the number of copies sent out. Just taking the middle of the range, say $9,000 per copy. This is sent out every time there's an election in the past 5 years. Someone has put down $45,000 on local elections to put their point of view out there, and we don't know who they are. That's a lot of money. It's not always as much money as they will say in this newspaper itself. Hey, look, the realtors gave so-and-so so much money. That's not the point. The point is we don't know. The point is that laws should apply to everyone. And I think, well, clearly reading this is a group that has accepted or made contributions well in excess of $200, even at the minimum range of my estimate, and they're clearly advocating for the issue. So I filed a campaign finance complaint with the clerk on June 24th. About a month later, the city clerk got back to me dismissing my complaint. Here's the letter dismissing the substance of my complaint. There we go. I'm trying to find this. If you read the bottom paragraph on that first page, it says that the test to be applied to find out if this section of the campaign finance ordinance has been broken is not just has the expenditure in excess of $200 been made for advocating for or against a ballot question. The group must also, it says there on the bottom paragraph on the first page, and whether the Lakewood Citizens Watchdog Group has a major purpose of supporting a ballot question. And it clearly says and in the letter dismissing my complaint. Going back to the letter of the law, it says the group must have a major purpose or accept or make contributions in excess of $200. This greatly baffled me because when I read laws, I'm not a lawyer, but I tend to assume that words have their ordinary meaning, that or means something different than and. I write a lot of contracts in my job that do get reviewed by lawyers, but these lawyers have tutored me on the differences between and or, and I know what or and mean, and they are different words. Nevertheless, the clerk, in her wisdom, said that it must be an and. This confused me so greatly that I sought out some advice of some attorneys, which I wish I had done before I filed the complaint. But I figured I would never have the money to pay them, and it wasn't really that important to me. But I was assured that the Colorado Supreme Court and the 10th District Federal Court have interpreted in this exact wording the word or has to mean and. It's baffling, but the legal theory goes something along the lines of we're somehow impinging on people's federal First Amendment free speech rights if anyone who spends money in excess of $200 to advocate for something they care about has to go report it publicly. But I think that most citizens don't look at things that way. I think the point of campaign finance laws is that we want transparency. We want transparency from everybody. And using this loophole in the law that the clerk has defined for me and that at least one attorney said, yeah, probably has some merit, it's a wide open loophole in our campaign finance law that I would very much like counsel to see if there is anything that can be done, given existing court precedents, to close. You see, what this means, that this phrase is interpreted to mean and not or, as it was deliberately written to mean. What that must mean is that if you want to advocate for or against a ballot question, no matter what it is, no matter who you are, all you have to do is form a group that pre-exists the ballot question and use that group to advocate for lots of things. You might have opinion on more than just one issue, so advocate for as many issues as you feel like. And suddenly, you don't have to report who your donors are. You don't have to report who your expenditures are or what they're for, because now your major purpose is not to advocate for or against this one specific issue. Now your major purpose is to advocate for lots of issues, and the law doesn't literally say that that's not allowed. It has to be one specific narrow issue. Otherwise, you're not covered. Using that kind of logic that was in the clerk's dismissal, we can see that Citizens for a Sound Government, a conservative national advocacy organization that registered to oppose Question 200, didn't have to do that because they exist to oppose and support all sorts of things. They're a conservative national advocacy question. They've taken position on all sorts of things. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce registered as an issue committee. They didn't have to. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce cannot plausibly say that their major purpose was to oppose Question 200. They've been around for decades. Their purpose is obviously to support Hispanic businesses. They didn't know that. Probably what happened is that they just read the code as I did to mean or and not and. It is a problem that we need to fix in this city. And entities like the Lakewood Watchdog, who has a very clever lawyer, Alexander Hornaday, law partner of former Secretary of State Scott Gessler, they've found this loophole. We know that much. We know that those are their registered agents. And they've found that loophole. What other groups are going to take advantage of the same loophole in the future? And we will never even know about their expenditures.
Thank you. Joan Poston. And then I have Brian Houghton and Bill Furman. So did you wish to speak, or does that say item 22? Okay. That'll be under public comment.
Hello, my name is Joan Poston, and I'm a medical technologist and microbiologist with a minor in chemistry. And I've come today to speak to you in support of the proposal for the request for consideration of the use of the federal center lands to be removed from development and placed in open space forever. I was very passionate when this land came out to be made into an area for the homeless. And I did travel to Washington, D.C. in March of 2017 on my own dollar to talk to people about this. This land has an EPA restriction on a landfill, which is capped with cement in the northern 15 acres. This land is set to be auctioned, and I would like to bring to the council's attention the huge problem of the Hunter Point Bayview class action suit in San Francisco over the redevelopment of the Navy San Francisco shipyards. The reason this is pertinent to you is because it sets a precedence. These shipyards were sold to developers. The developers said they'd clean it up. They didn't clean it up. And now San Francisco, in the middle of a lawsuit and it's a class action lawsuit from many residents who bought these condominiums and such on this contaminated land. The city has been named in these lawsuits, and there is also a potential for health lawsuits as well. This land has been contaminated with several contaminants that are very similar to some of the ones that have been identified in this 57 acres in here in the Federal Center. We need to heed the lessons of the Hunter Point Bayview development and make sure that this toxic and contaminated land is removed from the public access. I was involved with testing of children in the Globeville area in the 1980s because this land that had been industrialized had lead levels in it. I did many blood draws on small children to detect lead levels. We know this land does have lead levels, and we do know what lead can do to small children. I would strongly suggest that you consider asking this land to be put away and never, never developed. Thank you very much.
You, Brian? And I have Roland. Or I'm sorry, Bill, and then Roland.
Hello. Guess that's as low as it goes. Thank you, City Council and Mr. Mayor, for taking this opportunity to hear our side of the story. As you can probably tell, I'm a rocket guy, and so I was here to speak to you about keeping Bear Creek Rockets site for everybody. And it appears you have a lot of hard problems to deal with, from racism to land pollution to everything else, and this seems really simple to us. But what I want to do today for you guys is tell you a really quick story. I fly mostly at Northern Colorado Rocketry, which is the next closest site to what you guys have, and it's 3 hours away up by the Wyoming border. And for the past couple of years, I've been volunteering to give back to the community with the crash members that are here today with the Boy Scouts and everybody else. And one time I was launching the rockets actually at Bear Creek, and a gentleman walked up to me and he said, my son would like to fly his rockets here. And so I told him, everybody is welcome here. And so they got their rocket ready to go and everything, and when it was his turn to fly his rocket, his name was John. He came up and he stood next to me, and we have a special button for the kids so that they can actually fly their own rockets. And I told John, it was interesting, he was talking about the grass is green, chicken tacos, okay? And I told him what I tell everybody. I say, okay, I'm gonna count down from 5 to 1, and then I'm gonna say launch, John, and when I say launch, you're gonna push that button, you're gonna hold it until your rocket goes off. And so I checked the range to make sure there's no hikers, bikers, people, birds in the air, anything, make sure it's safe. So I armed the system and I started counting. I said 5, and his rocket went off. I'm like, that's not supposed to happen. I didn't say launch yet. So I look at John, and he throws our button in the dirt, and he goes, hoo-hoo! And he takes off running across our closed range to get his rocket. And come to find out, John's an autistic kid. Okay? And so, with all the hard problems you people seem to have, if you're going to take something like that away from him, the joy in his face that shined like the sun was something. If you guys could have seen it, we wouldn't even be here talking about this right now. So I appreciate your time, and I pray you all choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Did somebody leave their glasses up here? Just FYI. All right. Bill? Is that your receipt as well? No, Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I know, as people have pointed out, you have on your agenda tonight to discuss the Federal Center land. I came here as a lifelong resident to talk about this property. I know that there's some councilors among you who are pushing to have this either lay fallow or be turned into a park. And while I understand there's a number of concerns about contamination at this site, I know people have talked about it. I think there's a variety of issues happening with that. One is I think they're conflating contamination that happens other places on that site, and also the contamination that is identified at that site, as we talk about, is most often the concern is lead, asbestos, and PAHs. And for those people who are here before me, who probably know better than I do, PAHs are the byproduct essentially of burning almost anything, certainly of burning fossil fuels, of burning wood. And that's because that site was essentially a building burn site for a lot of years. Well, there's already been efforts to bury it under 18 feet of soil and an additional foot to haul soil away. There's been efforts to deal with it. Additionally, I think a point needs to be made. With our housing stock being primarily before 1980s, I think we'll find lead and asbestos are things that we know how to deal with and we have to deal with pretty much throughout this city and certainly throughout the metro area. So I do respect that those are issues and concerns, but I think it would be an extraordinary waste of one of the ideal sites for development. As this site is within walking distance to 3 of our major employers in the city, it's directly adjacent to 6th Avenue, it's directly adjacent to the light rail. It is a half mile away from the nearest residence. To make it a park, now I know one effort is to make it lay fallow, but to make it a park would be a waste because it would be a half mile from the nearest resident. This is not a walking distance for residential homeowners. So this is a site that might take some special care to develop, but the point is, even with the obvious appetite right now to slow growth, and I understand that's where we've ended up with the 200 vote, but even with that appetite, I think it would be almost a disgraceful waste to take one site that is ideally suited based on its opportunity for transit, its opportunity for jobs, to waste this site because either A, overzealous concerns about contamination, or that as an excuse to prevent any development in this city. So that's what I'm here to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roland? Good evening. And then John Jameson, and then Virginia Wilkins.
Mayor Paul, distinguished council members, my name is Roland Halpern. I'm a resident of Denver, but I probably spend about 6 days each month in visiting Lakewood. When my son was 8 years old, his interest turned from dinosaurs to rockets. And we started out like most parents do, vinegar and baking soda, Mentos, water rockets, but that didn't really satisfy his needs. So we bought our first rocket kit from Hobby Lobby, but we found we couldn't launch it any place because there was no place to launch it. So we did what most of the parents I talked to did. We would wait until the sun was just coming up. We would go to the local park. We would fire off that rocket. We would retrieve it as quickly as we could, get back in the car and drive away before anybody would discover us. And then we found out about Crash. And Crash was a place where we could go and he could launch 5 or 6 or 7 rockets in the course of 2 hours, and we didn't have to worry about scrambling out of there. And he was under the supervision of people that knew what they were doing. And while I was helping little kids make sure they had enough fire retardant recovery wadding in their rockets and that the motors were in there tight, he was talking to these Crash members about hypergolic fluids and hydrazine and centers of pressure and centers of gravity. And that experience that he learned got him involved in a program called Inspire with NASA that only accepted 300 children from the entire country. Unfortunately, that program lost its funding, but it was because of that experience that he had. Now, my son's gone off to college. He's been gone for about 3 years, but I go out to the crash site every time they're out there, and I help the little kids. And as been pointed out earlier, just to see the joy on their faces, to hear the awes, the awesomes, all the excitement that goes on. And more importantly, it gets them away from the computers and the computer games, and they get real life experience. They get to actually build a rocket, they get to bring it out, and they get to fly it. And I hope that that tradition is going to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Jameson? And then Virginia, Dakota, Charles, and Frederick.
Thank you for having us here today. I'm here in support of the rocketry also. I work with several students, mostly University of Colorado, Denver, and they don't have any place to fly. So we bring them to crash and where they can launch their first rockets. They haven't had the opportunity in childhood because things like shop classes were taken out of schools. Several things like that. And gradually we have lost area after area that we can launch in. The only place in Jefferson County, which is a big place, is Bear Creek Lake Park. That's the only place that's legal. And I think there is a safety issue that needs to be addressed, that we're the only safe place to launch. Otherwise, you have people going off on their own, especially children, going off on their own, launching rockets, maybe starting a fire. And we're here to prevent that. We have safety rules. We have our own insurance. The city's not liable for what we do. And we are one of the safest hobbies in America. They claim the safest because of our rules and the way we've governed it. So that's a lot safer than bicycles or horseback, which do occur in Bear Creek Lake Park. Nothing against that activity, or fishing. Nothing against that activity either. We can all share, but they're all activities that need to be enjoyed. And actually, college students are reliant upon this park to, it's the only place convenient from downtown Denver to come and launch a rocket. They can, we require that they have a certain amount of experience before they launch bigger stuff, which is hours away from here where you can do that, which is fine. I don't mind going a long ways to launch a big rocket. But we require that people have some experience before they do that. And this is one of the few places where they can get that experience. I've worked with students who now have jobs at Ball Aerospace, ULA, Lockheed Martin, and I was going to mention one other, doesn't come to mind right now. But it is essential to education and providing employees for our aerospace economy, which is the second largest in the nation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Virginia? Virginia, are you here? Dakota? Come on down. So, Virginia? No? Okay. All right, come on down. I'll take her off the list. Virginia Wilkins, sorry about that. You're off the list. Dakota?
All right.
Evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm the Aerospace Education Officer for the Parker Cadet Squadron in the Civil Air Patrol. So we drive out to Bear Creek Lake to do any of our rocket launches because, as everyone says, it's the nearest one. One of the pillars of Civil Air Patrol is aerospace education. We teach them everything from how to launch these small rockets to how to fly planes. And by taking these cadets through our stage of rocketry. We walk them through how to make the junk rockets, fizzy pops, all the way to single and then multi-stage rockets. And eventually we also have an advanced rocketry program, which I will be taking my cadets onto later. And Crash provides me the ability to teach my cadets to teach them the responsibilities of flying these rockets safely in a very controlled environment that is useful for them, not in just their current model rocketry lessons, but also in the future. These cadets will go on to become engineers, pilots, astronauts, some of them even. There are so many different fields and varieties of which Civil Air Patrol cadets go into that they help out every industry. I myself was a Civil Air Patrol cadet, learned through the rocketry program, inspired me to become an aerospace engineer. Moved out here for the second largest aerospace industry in the US, and then wanted to pass on that knowledge. That is what I'm building, is I want to help these cadets learn and grow. And if Crash is not here, it very severely limits the ability to teach and to show what safety means in rocketry. Because not safety in model rocketry applies to full rocketry as well. So I want to point out the importance of Crash and the ability it provides to everyone, not just in Lakewood, but the Denver metro area, Colorado Springs, in the Rocky Mountains, out towards the plains. Crash is one of the few places where all these people can go to go get these lessons and to fly safely. There are 8 Civil Air Patrol squadrons just in the Denver metro area. And as they said earlier, my squadron will be heading out there on the 21st, and we will be flying 25 to 30 rockets for my cadets. And it'll be in a safe manner. It'll be a nice, controlled, coordinated area. So please consider keeping the Crash organization alive. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Charles Davis. Frederick Cobb, Jesse Ulibarri, Meg Boyles, Elena Morgan.
All right. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to come up and chat with you for a second. First of all, I didn't know this Crash thing existed. This is totally awesome, and you guys need to keep it going because I have a lot of my youth was spent building model rockets, not missiles. So we definitely need to keep that going. I want to talk a little bit about this sign. This sign used to exist in Lakewood. When you came into Lakewood, you saw, "Welcome. We are building an inclusive community." The signs don't exist anymore. And I think part of that is because ACIC is no longer ACIC. And when it was founded based off a diversity grant to build diversity in the city. And I think it's important that we continue to work towards a diverse community. And there's a lot of stuff going on in the city right now that seems to be moving away from it. Sandy talked about a lot of stuff in this country right now, which is moving away from diversity. And we need to fix that because our diversity is what makes us all great. I mean, I personally love margaritas, just so you know. And it's important that we have opportunities to have better and better margaritas. I think that's what it's all about. Anyway, ACIC recently changed its name to the Lakewood Advisory Commission. And about the same time it did that, this sign disappeared. And I would like the city to really think about renaming the ACIC back to ACIC, where it started and where it really belongs, and refocusing a concerted effort on bringing diversity into the city and into these commissions through outreach, through reaching into neighborhoods, into schools, into the organizations that are out there that can get some people to volunteer to be part of the city. Because if you look around at people up there and in the audience, there's not a lot of diversity. And we need to embrace the fact that Lakewood has a huge amount of diversity in it, and ACIC should be the core of that. And the renaming of the commission and rechanging these signs, I think, is a detriment to our community. So I'd like you to relook at putting the name back to where it started, and please bring back these great signs. Thank you.
Frederick Cobb. And then Jesse, Meg, Alana, if you haven't had a chance to speak, please come down and see the clerk, get your name signed up, and we'll take your public comment. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I just want to bring 2 points to you regarding our challenge that we're facing with crash at the Bear Lake State Park. Currently, crash does carry a sanctioning from the National Association of Rocketry. With that sanctioning, we are required to carry insurance. All the members of crash carry our own individual insurance through membership, through NARM, or NAR, I should say. And also additionally to that, through the sanctioning process, we are also required to carry insurance. So in case anything went sideways, which we hopefully don't happen, we have enough to cover everything that goes on. If the City Council does choose to want to look at that as part of the process in their study group later on, we will be able to dig up those documents and share that with the City Council. Furthermore, just from a point of reference as well, Rooney Ranch is on the south side of Green Mountain Reservoir, or at least it used to be. That area now is covered with homes. There's an elementary school in the place named after Rooney Ranch. Rooney Ranch is the area where Vern Estes and his associates, who began this model hobby, rocketry, back in the early or late 50s and early 60s, started the whole thing back then. Our site is in view of that area. So as a point of reference for history, we like to point out that fact that we're the closest to the origin of where this whole hobby started. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse? Good evening.
Thank you, council members and Mayor Paul. I appreciate you listening to us. Once again, I'm talking here about CRASH, the Colorado Rocketry Association of Space Hobbyists, in case anybody was wondering. We do have a huge feed for social media, and in a positive manner, we do invite you guys to come and take a look at it and see all the participants from the Colorado region, as well as all the neighboring states, and all of our nationwide Rocketeers who use CRASH, who have visited the site, and things of that nature. We do have an online petition that is also able to be viewed from that any one of those social media outlets, and you can basically just look up CRASH on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and you'll see that stuff on there. Let's talk a little bit about my typical day going to a launch at Bear Creek Lake, just to give you a quick rundown of how a Rocketeer actually spends their day. We prep in the morning, get all our stuff ready, and get ready to take it out there. When we get there, we notice that there is a ton of Cub Scouts, a ton of people who are just visiting, and a ton of other Rocketeers like myself who basically want to put their stuff in the air. So everybody in our club that helps run CRASH is a volunteer. We don't get paid for this. This is all time that we spend to make sure that everybody has a good time and is done safely and with all the proper precautions. So instead of me putting up my 15 different rockets that I took out there for the day, I will leave that stuff in the car and I'll go out there and make sure that Child A has the stuff prepped, that Parent B has the ability to have the child launch more during the day if they're able to do so. When we're done with that, we celebrate in the fact that all these kids were able to get the rockets in the air. And when we get a typical Cub Scout day, we have launched over 180 rockets in one day, which sets club records across the country at other clubs. CRASH is a very, very important part of the rocketry community, and we just want you to realize how big of a part the City of Lakewood and the parks have with this endeavor. We are petitioning that you folks investigate to allow us to keep the site. We feel that it does add a lot to the community from the people who go visit just even twice a year. That's, $20 a car that goes into the club. that goes into the park for the admin fees, as well as everything that happens around the city of Lakewood. We have Hobbytown, Colpar, which is located in Lakewood. On the days of launches, they're open on Saturday and Sunday. They actually will get declined business because of the people who aren't going in there to buy equipment and things of that nature for the club to do stuff on that day. the impact that it could add to the city of Lakewood by not having it, I think is pretty huge, and it's something I think everybody should consider. I thank you very much for your time, and thank you for everybody else who was here tonight for listening. Thank you very much.
Meg?
Hi, my name is Meg Boyles, and I am a local teacher. I've also been a member of Crash for a really long time. I really would encourage any of you to come down and see Crash on the 21st. As one of the few adult females who comes, I wanted to make sure that I represented. Also, as a teacher, it's something that I take very strongly, that we're safe. So weeks that I am there, everybody gets a really nice reminder of the rules. First rule of rocketry: do not chase your rocket. Do not try to catch a rocket. Wait for it to land, then go approach. If you break any of those rules, people can get hurt, but we have a great safety record. Another thing that I really encourage you to do is notice how people are paying attention when you're there. There are people there who are not only there for them. Very frequently, my husband, not the very tall man, his brother, who he will not bring his rockets in order to help others, also makes a really, really strong point in encouraging students. That's where my background is. But children to understand why things are happening. Answering these questions and encouraging them to ask their own is something that Crash really, really advocates. You've heard, this is the nicest you will ever see many of these men dress. So I'd just like to mention that. I did not recognize half of them. So if you come, just know that. But it is something that really is vital. If we're thinking, I was here when your meeting started, and I saw a lot of the awards you were giving for people who were encouraging equity, encouraging inclusiveness, encouraging your town to be as best as it can. And if this opportunity is removed, you are removing a chance for the metro area. These are urban children from having an opportunity to launch rockets, to do this thing that could be only afforded to children in more suburban areas or even the country. So this is something that is really important and makes Lakewood stand out. So thank you. And thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you. Elena Morgan? I got you, Jake. There's only like one more. I'm with you.
Now I see it.
Well, I didn't have my script, or else I would have said it. Good evening. Welcome.
I also have some handouts.
Okay.
My name is Elena Morgan. I am in 8th grade, and I live in Lakewood, and I'm here on behalf of the Crash Club.
We got you. You're good. Take your time.
I just wanted to say to let us fly, because if the city takes away our model rockets, they're also taking away the dreams from kids like me who love doing this and would love to do it as a job for NASA. Without the model rockets, I wouldn't be dreaming of becoming a rocket scientist. Most of the kids in our club probably wouldn't be here today if the city hadn't allowed us to fly our model rockets. If the city takes this away from us, we have no place nearby to go and launch safely. Please reconsider and let us fly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, if you want to just call who's on that list, it's fine.
Mike Mueller.
Mike Miller, Ward 4. I sure am glad to see the 3-minute limit tonight has gone right out the window. That gives me a little bit more time. Tonight I was kind of upset, and this is just a short little bit, but the First Amendment took a beating tonight. And I'm telling you, free speech, freedom of the press, that was our First Amendment because it's the most important one. There's blogs for your First Amendment. You have YouTube, Facebook, and the Denver Post. All are First Amendment protected. and free speech. I don't like anything, a lot of things the left says. I don't like anything the right says, far right says. I barely like anything the mayor says, but I'll protect it to the very end. I'll fight you for freedom of speech. Okay, getting back to the Federal Center. Federal Center has been a real mess for a long time. And the elephant behind the curtain is who's going to pay for the cleanup of this monster? This is huge. Everybody says, well, it'd be nice to have a park. It'd be nice to build some housing. It'd be nice to have commercial. Yada, yada, yada. Who's going to pay for the cleanup? Do they even know what to clean? I had one company estimate that it was going to cost over $25 million to clean that mess. And if you don't believe me, look at the sediment ponds they have on the east side of the Federal Center. They had to build those to catch the contaminants that were floating down past Ramey's house. That is a mess. The government in 48, condemned the whole property. So nobody, they took it, they bought it, they put a fence around it, so nobody would step on it. I don't want kids walking on it. I don't want people walking on it. I don't even want animals walking on it. I don't want them digging in it. I don't want them playing in it. Have you ever seen a rabbit bounce around through there? No. There's not a critter alive that can live on that, unless they glow green. So think about that. Who is going to pay up that mess? Who is going to pay for it? Is it going to be the city of Lakewood? With the financial problems the city's got right now, I don't think so. No, not a chance. Is it going to be the federal government? No, they don't have anything to do with that mess. So what do? Somebody's got to be responsible for it. Is it a developer? Developer's not going to pay for that. He'll build right over it. He'll pave it. Somebody's got to clean it up to our specifications. Not to the cities, not to the feds, not to the developer, to our specifications. And that's going deep. And it's going to cost a lot of money. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle? Then anybody else, if you have not signed up and wish to speak, please come see the clerk. And
Good
evening.
Mayor, Council. We wanted to bring this to you guys' attention. This is Connie Reddick, and she is disabled and in a wheelchair.
And you'd like him to have a copy?
Oh, and we'd like you to have a copy. We give it to Michelle. Okay. Thank you, guys. This is Connie Reddick. She lives in Cityscape Apartment Complex in Lakewood, Colorado. Cityscape is a tax credit building and government funded. Cityscape is not complying with the apartment lease and is not applying with ADA or federal government or city inhabitability law. She has lived there in that apartment complex for a year, and she's in a wheelchair and is disabled and is on oxygen. She has gone to the managers at she has gone to the managers at Metro West and spoke to the director about needing reasonable accommodations because she needs to be in a disability apartment. She's in a standard apartment right now, and being in a standard apartment is way different for her. Okay. The concerns and issues that need to be addressed. Like I said, she's living in a regular apartment, living quarters, and it makes it difficult for her to get around and work with things. Just like on our people that walk, we can do a lot of things. it's a disadvantage for her. So that makes it difficult for her on all levels because she's in a wheelchair and the apartment living is not accessible when you're in the wheelchair. If her aides are not with her, she should be able to access things herself. She needs a disability apartment with the apartment complex managers and Metro West Housing Authority. She is getting nowhere with them. They're not complying to the warranty ability law and the AD laws and leasing contract. In her apartment, she does have 2 bedrooms in this apartment, and everything that she owns is in storage right now. She's unable to move into either of the bedrooms in her apartment. The prior resident that was in the apartment before her was an elderly lady that had a dog and was blind, and it urinated and defecated in the bedrooms. When she moved into the apartment, she can smell this and urine and feces in here, and it's in the air, and it's affecting her breathing and her health. She has brought this to the apartment complex manager's attention the day that she moved in, and she also was with a federal agent named Joe, and that he told Michelle and Joyce, the managers at Cityscape, that they needed to give her reasonable accommodations and replace the carpet.
So your time's up, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
On the 2 bedrooms.
Okay, so I'll get to,
Can you grab the mic, or you can put it up on the table there? That one's probably easier, yeah.
so the issues are that I have not been given reasonable accommodations, and they don't have anybody to answer to. I'm in a place that the doctor has sent them several letters telling them that because of the air being contaminated while I'm in there, it's depleting my health. They've sent several letters. They haven't done anything about it. They said that according to our lease, anybody that's living in a disabled apartment, actually they signed a lease saying that they would get out of the apartment for somebody that was in a wheelchair, which hasn't been done. And so instead of getting, we have office women that are going in there and inspecting, and they don't have the background to be doing that. And what inspector puts their nose to the carpet and says, oh, I don't smell anything. But the thing is, they don't have anybody to answer to. And I'm asking City Council to oversee what's going on, because this is tax money, this is government money, and we need to have somebody observing what they're doing, because I am not the only one. There are several people in there that need reasonable accommodation, and they say all they do is a lot of paperwork just to back up their selves, and they're not doing the work. They'll say, oh, we will do this, and they just do a paper trail, but nothing has been done. And I brought this to your attention, and I know that you're going to do something about it. But I will continue bringing it up because it's very important, because I want to be able to live my life just like every single one of you, that I can only go into the bathroom forward. I can't turn around. It's about as big as this area, and I continue, but it's not only the problem of not having accessibility. I don't have machines, the washing machines, nothing is accessible. The counters, I can't even, they wanted me to get some kind of, what are those handles called? To turn on the stove, and I would burn my arm because it's not accessible. And since we have the ADA laws and the warranty and habitability laws that just passed now in August, they need to abide by the laws, and they're not abiding by the laws. So it's very important that we get somebody to oversee, because what are they going to do? Slap their own self on the hand and say, oh, I haven't did this work, because they have nobody to answer to. So I'm bringing this matter up to you to see how you can help me, but not only help me, because there are several people in the apartment building, and it's not only this apartment building, it's all tax credit and everything that's being built. They're not taking into consideration people with the ADA laws, that they need accessibility and reasonable accommodations. There shouldn't be a whole year I'm paying storage because I can't even
Time's up, ma'am.
I can't even bring my stuff into the apartment building because it'll be contaminated with the air, and it is causing me to die faster than I should because of the contaminations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Clapp, is that Clapp?
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Steve Clapp. I'm here with Crash. I'm probably one of the oldest members of Crash. I started in 1999, and I was president from 2001 to 2010, and I'm currently secretary with our treasurer with Crash. I've seen 4 generations of kids come through Crash and go off and pursue careers, and I've been a little separated from Crash because of health issues, but when I was involved, I thought we had a really strong connection with the park, and apparently that doesn't seem to be the case. And when they said they were asking us to leave, that we could have the opportunity to discuss with them staying there, and we were addressed with an abrupt no. And I guess we're here to request to be reviewed to see if we can stay at Bear Creek Park. You know, we can address all of Bear Creek's issues, and I think we just want the opportunity to be heard. We would hate to see Lakewood lose something that is potentially an asset when they're understanding that they're looking at as a liability. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that exhausts our public comment roster. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment and want to thank everybody for taking the time. A lot of powerful and passionate public comment on a lot of different ends. And as you can see, nothing is really that easy when you're trying to be part of a city. And there's a lot of different needs and wants and desires and balances and everything in between. So it's always good to hear from the community. We certainly want to be a welcoming community, and I know that we strive in many different ways, and there was some other passionate testimony about different things related to race and people feeling in different ways. And so this is a great forum for anybody to come and have that opportunity. I will say, as far as rockets go, I think everybody, including our city staff, likes rockets and appreciates STEM and everything that goes along with it. So it's certainly not something that is being punitive. It's, again, a management issue. And with that said, you know, staff is going to continue to work on this, continue to work with you. I know that they take this seriously. I personally reached out to some folks at Lakewood today. I think there is a lot of opportunity. I do appreciate that staff did bring this to your attention last year, right? So I'm glad that we're having this conversation, but they will continue down that path. And so I urge you to continue to work with our staff. The lady just left. I think that Metro West is aware, and our folks will continue to make sure that Metro West Housing is aware in that fashion as we go forward. So I appreciate everybody this evening, and we will have a further discussion later on the Federal Center, and we can address those sorts of issues later. So with that, next up is the city manager's report.
Thank you. Just a few things for this evening. Last Thursday, we had our council candidate meeting, and we had 11 people who are running for office here at the City of Lakewood, and we're very grateful for the commitment to this community. At that time, the city clerk, Michelle Millard, helped us to determine what the order will be on the ballot. So that was the main reason for that meeting. The ballot was actually certified on Friday, the 6th at 3 p.m. I just want to remind all council and mayor candidates that when you get questions or concerns from citizens, please make sure those go to directresponse@lakewood.org. And the famous Caitlin Galt will dispatch that information to the appropriate staff, and then the responses to those questions and concerns will be distributed to everyone, both sitting council members as well as candidates. On another note, here's some great news. Our regional homeless navigation team were asked to apply for a grant. They were invited to apply for a grant. And the invitation came from Lutheran Medical Center, and our team was awarded $20,000 already. So this is our own Amy Dieknicker and Sergeant John Alish, both who you know very well, both very passionate about the homeless population in our community, and they were awarded $20,000 from Lutheran Medical Center, which will help with the navigation program, providing a space for all of the navigators throughout the county to be together and to collaborate together. So that's great news, and congratulations to Amy and John. Great work. Finally, next week is our first meeting about our budget. And that's the budget study session. It's on the 16th. All of you have received the budget in hard copy, and it's easy reading, so really enjoy that. It's also available online, so please become familiar with that. Enjoy the pictures. I know the finance department led by Larry Dorr, Larry Dorr, as well as the whole budget team throughout the city have worked together really hard on this particular product. So I look forward to hearing that you've read all bazillion pages of it. So that'll be something we can look forward to, and that really just begins the conversation. So the study session is next week at 7 o'clock, and then we have 2 public hearings. This is one of the rare occasions where the first reading is also a public hearing, as well as the second reading is a public hearing. So that's by charter. One more time, if you have questions or concerns or comments, please direct those to directresponse@lakewood.org. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Ms. Hodson, thank you very much. Very thorough. Okay, we're going to bust through our consent agenda. Then we have a non-consent agenda resolution, and then I'd like to take a quick recess, and then we'll move into our second reading ordinances. So the use of the consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. Resolutions are of routine nature. Members of the public will have an opportunity in a moment to comment on any of those proposed resolutions. First reading ordinances appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. No public comments will be heard this evening on first reading ordinances. The public will have an opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances during the scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business. Will the clerk please read the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda consists of items 8 through 15. Item 8, Resolution 2019-31, authorizing the adoption of the Second Amendment to the City of Lakewood Deferred Compensation Plan and Trust Agreement. Item 9, Resolution 2019-32, authorizing the restatement of the City of Lakewood Police Money Purchase Pension Plan and Trust Agreement. Item 10, Resolution 2019-33, authorizing the restatement of the City of Lakewood Employees Money Purchase Pension Plan and Trust Agreement. Item 11, Resolution 2019-34, authorizing the amendment of the City of Lakewood Police Duty, Death, and Disability Plan and Trust Agreement. Item 12, Resolution 2019-35, authorizing a revocable license agreement between the City of Lakewood and Michael Walks and Marcy Cloak along the west side of South Artibus Place to allow placement and maintenance of retaining wall and related appurtenances. Item 13, Resolution 2019-36, supporting grant application to Colorado Department of Local Affairs for the 2020 Census Outreach Grant to assist City of Lakewood in partnership with Jefferson County Complete Count Committee and other subcommittee organizations to work collectively on outreach to hard-to-count populations of Lakewood and Jefferson County to encourage their participation in 2020 census. Item 4, Ordinance O-2019-36, amending Section 10.33.075 of the Municipal Code relating to the parking of recreational vehicles within city right-of-ways. Item 15, approving minutes of City Council meetings, City Council regular meeting, June 10, 2019.
Nicely done. Thank you. I will now open the public hearing on the consent agenda, items 8 through 14. Nobody's signed up. Anybody wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and ask for a motion.
Mayor Paul, I move for approval of the council minutes, order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearings set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. And that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Will the clerk please read item 16?
Item 16, Resolution 2019-37, approving economic development incentive agreement with WDG Bayard LLC.
All right, I'll now invite Mr. Robert Smith, Director of Economic Development, to the lectern for a lively presentation, I'm sure.
We hope so.
Wake us up. Don't tell us the Broncos score. Don't ask. Whoa. Thank you, Karen. Oh, she made it up. All right. Sir, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. So happy to be with you here this evening. Thank you for giving us some time on your agenda to contemplate this particular issue. Before you have two items. One is an agreement with the Bayard folks, WDG Bayard LLC, and the city, and you also have a resolution. If you were to approve the resolution, that would authorize the city to enter into that agreement, and it would also authorize and direct the city manager to sign on behalf of the city to enter into that agreement. I'll take a few minutes here just to run you through what's in the agreement. Whoops. I'll move back and forth. This is involving an address 100 South Wadsworth. You can see an aerial map of the city out in front of you. In the middle of it, you'll notice a relatively large undeveloped property. Let me put some labels on here to make it a little easier to read this map. Obviously, Wadsworth moving north to south through the middle of the map. First Avenue is running east to west along the top, and Alameda is running east to west along the bottom. Some well-known landmarks there. O'Kane Park, Fairfield Commons. That's the shopping center that has the Sprouts location in it. Off of Wadsworth, Home Depot, Belmar, of course, and then the city center where we're located right now. The parcel that we're talking about is right here in the middle there. It's an undeveloped parcel, largely undeveloped for many, many years along the way. And you might ask yourself, well, why would that be? Why would, in one of the hop-in areas of town, why would that be undeveloped? Well, it helps if I turn the map just a little bit to the oblique so that you can see some of the topography on here. We have an atypical situation here where the storm drainage for this site is at its capacity already. So to develop this site requires a redevelopment of about 1,900 linear feet of storm drainage to make this happen, because it's got to go all the way up into First Avenue. Now, in order to do that, that's an expense of several $100,000, and all the other development opportunities that we've entertained over the last couple of years have not been able to make that pencil out with the developments that they would like to have happen on there. So the opportunity tonight is to do essentially a reimbursement agreement. It's an incentive, so city dollars will go into that project, so if you so choose. And I want to go through all of the deal points on there. You have the agreement before you. It's about 10 pages. All of the details are spelled out in that agreement, but I'll hit the highlights in terms of what it does. The first one is that anytime the city invests funds into a business incentive agreement, there has to be clear public benefit. In this particular case, there are two major public benefits. The first one is the development of a key commercial parcel that has been vacant for quite some time, and so this will allow for this development to move forward. The second one is to attract sales tax generating businesses. Specific to this agreement, those businesses have to attract sales taxes and bring those to the city. It will generate jobs as well. And the site is being designed so it will cohesively use the uses that are on there. There is room on this site for about 4 different developments, what we often refer to as pads, and I'll outline that in just a moment on here. 4 different developments that will be in. This is a performance-based incentive, and most frequently the city of Lakewood insists on a performance-based agreement, and the reason for that is that the project has to perform first before we put any dollars into it. That mitigates the risk to the city in terms of the financial investment. If the project, for whatever reason, doesn't produce, doesn't perform, our incentive is off the table. So it has to perform first before we put dollars into it. So the 2 things that the developer will do for this project to start off with is they will finance and install 1,900 approximately feet of public storm water improvements, and they will attract, construct, and open sales tax generating businesses. Those are the 2 performance measures. If this incentive agreement were to be approved, it would be funded out of the Economic Development Fund. It's important to note this because the Economic Development Fund is different than the general fund. Sales taxes generally go into the general fund for use in financing and paying for police and roads and all of the things that the citizens want us to deliver in the city. The Economic Development Fund is a tax on lodgers that come into the city and stay into our hotels, and it's specifically designed to help in situations like this where economic development can be furthered by using those funds for that purpose. So all of the sales tax that get generated with this particular project will go into the general fund, will be available for all of the general fund expenses that we have and that we'll be talking about over the next few weeks with the budget. So the deal structure is, once again, the developer builds the stormwater public facilities. They attract, construct, and open sales tax generating businesses. The time frame is 4 years to earn the financial incentive. The maximum amount to be paid out would not exceed $400,000. So that's the cap. That's the maximum amount the city would put into this project, which is about the cost of the storm sewer that I talked about at the beginning. And the city will realize new sales tax revenues before contributing anything financially. The 4-year time frame will start from the first day of the second month following the second building CO on the site. Now, the reason I bring that up is it's very important because the 4-year time clock starts when essentially half the project is built. 2 of the developments are in there. So from that moment forward, the clock is ticking. We want them to be successful and we want them to go quickly, but we don't want them to do is build one thing and then wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. The city will have to gain at least $2 million in gross new sales revenue from the retail pads constructed on the site. So in other words, if it doesn't generate at least $2 million in new sales, the incentive goes off the table. We believe that this particular project will generate 3 or 4 times that amount. The Economic Development Fund would share back an amount equal to 50% of the sales taxes generated by the project. Again, all of the sales taxes go into the general fund, and then 50% of those would be reimbursed to the developer for the cost of the storm sewer. So I brought this up because there is a table inside the contract, and I wanted to take a few moments to go through the math on here, and I wanted to simplify it real quickly so that you could see how we build this up. We've got 4 years to do it. $400,000 is the cap, so quick math tells you that you want to do about $100,000 a year. How many new sales do you have to generate in order to generate that kind of dollars? You see right there on the third column from the right, total sales, $6.7 million is what these 4 pads have to generate in aggregate in order to get to that cap or that $400,000. The total sales tax on those in year 1, all of the years are the same. But year 1, sales tax is about $201,000. The share back is about $100,500. So as you go through the 4 years, you can see that the total is $402,000. Again, the cap is $400,000. So when they get to the $400,000, the incentive stops. So in this particular scenario, they'd hit it in about 3 years and 10 months, something like that. This is the numbers that the developer is proposing it will be as part of the project. Again, we put 3 pads on there. There's room for 4 pads. We took one of those pads out because it might likely be something that really doesn't generate a lot of sales tax, like a bank, for example. A bank is a nice service retail operation, but it doesn't generate sales tax. So between those 3 pads along the way there, their suggestion is that they'll be doing a little bit in excess of $7 million. Those pads will continue to develop more sales tax along the way. And that their total after 4 years is that $448,108. Again, it stops at $400,000. So in this particular scenario, they would be done with the incentive year 3 and 6 months, roughly. And with that, I'll open it up to any kind of questions that you might have this evening. I will point out that some representatives of Developer Wall Development are here with us this evening to watch the proceedings and to see how it goes. But I'm happy to answer and entertain any questions you might have.
Great. Mr. Smith, you want to just grab a quick seat and I'll open the public hearing?
Will do.
We'll go from there. Thank you, sir. So I'll now open the public hearing on this item. Nobody's signed up. Anybody wish to speak? Mr. Muller, come on down. Anybody else, please stop by the clerk and sign up. 3 minutes, 2.5 green, 2.5 green, 30 seconds yellow, 3 minutes red.
I went through this with Belmar. We had economic development. The sales never came close to the guesstimate that they were making. That stretched on forever. Forever. Why aren't we collecting some interest on this $400,000? If they're going to pay it back, we should be collecting interest. I think 5% would be just a wonderful thing for the city. If they can't support a guarantee of $100,000 a year, I don't think we should do it, plus interest. It's economic sense. The city has done a lot of stupid things, and we're hurting right now for money. It's time to make some sense, and no more economic bullshit. Thank you.
Family-friendly environment. Thank you.
I was family-friendly.
All right. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I just wanted to make sure that the public knew that we've had a really intense deep dive on this. So it may just be, looking at us sitting here. We did do a really deep dive on this already, have gone into great detail, asked a ton of questions. But what I wanted Mr. Smith to restate is that there is no risk. They are literally improving a storm water issue that is really preventing that land from being developed. And the risk is all on them. And really, our funds don't kick in until they have demonstrated that. So I want to review that, because I think that's an important piece for the public to know, that that is a safeguard that we all talked about and we're passionate about. Is we understand we are responsible for being fiscally careful with all those dollars. This deal seems to be constructed in just the way to achieve the development with no risk on our part, and really puts that onus on them. But maybe restate that real quickly just to help everyone understand.
Certainly, you're exactly right in that regard. Our dollars don't kick in until they actually do generate those sales taxes. The reason there's no interest in it is that we're not lending them money. They're, in effect, putting money into the project, and we're reimbursing it thereafter. So there are no dollars from the city involved with this until they meet all of those thresholds that I mentioned before. So $2 million in new sales at least, and the payment of those sales taxes, and we would reimburse 50% of those sales taxes as they came in. If they don't come in, there's no incentive.
Councilor Bida.
Yes, I would like to share the comments of my co-counsel here. We did go into a study session on this earlier in the year, and went into very detail on it. I think that, you know, economic development is an important thing for our city, especially if it's going to generate sales, you know, new revenue of sales tax, new sources of sales tax. There's no guarantees in life, but this is about as close as it comes. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to make a motion, get that going. Thank you.
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2019-37.
I second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any more discussion? Please cast your votes. Passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Vanessa, thank you. Okay, it is 9:22. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks. I'd like to reconvene the Lakewood City Council meeting, September 9th, 2019, council chambers at 9:34 p.m. And we will, everybody here? We'll wait a couple seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
You got voted off the island.
I object. Still a quorum. We can move on.
Okay. Clerk, please read item 17.
Item 17, ordinance O-2019-32, repealing and replacing portions of Chapter 14.25 of the Lakewood Municipal Code concerning floodplain management.
All right. So I will now turn it over to Mr. Jay Hutchison, our Director of Public Works, and he has with him tonight our City Engineer, Ann Hine.
Just a couple of quick introductory comments, and then Ann will make a brief presentation on this topic. There are actually three components to this revision to the floodplain management ordinance. One of them is very routine, and that's an adoption of some updates to the floodplain mapping that's necessary to enforce the ordinance. The second is a conformance, really, with other provisions that you have within the municipal code for violations, so that this makes these violations consistent with other parts of the municipal code. And then the third part is a regulatory change that FEMA has now approved that will make reinvestment in existing buildings that are within floodplains a little easier than it is currently. And you may recall that all of these obligations are associated with the availability of flood insurance for any property in Lakewood, so it's all kind of wrapped under that rubric, and I'd like to introduce City Engineer Ann Hine.
Great, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ann Hine. I am the City Engineer in the Public Works Department. I am also the Floodplain Administrator, and that's the capacity I join you tonight. As you know, the City of Lakewood participates in the National Flood Insurance Program. This means that property owners in flood-prone areas in Lakewood can purchase flood insurance policies. Part of the participation requirement from FEMA is that we have a floodplain management ordinance, and we keep that updated. We do have 3 changes to the floodplain ordinance tonight. FEMA has reviewed and approved these changes. And these changes are not mandated by FEMA. They are local changes that we requested to keep the ordinance specific to Lakewood. As Mr. Hutchison mentioned, the 3 things are to change the definition of substantial improvement, to adopt some updated flood studies, and to change the penalty section to be consistent with other chapters of the municipal code. I'll start off with the definition of substantial improvement. This is a FEMA definition that any proposed improvements to existing buildings are limited to 50% of the value of the building before any work begins. If the proposed improvements are over that 50% of the value, they're called substantial improvements, and the building needs to be brought up to current floodplain standards. This is to limit the future flood insurance liability, and also it conforms with FEMA's goal to bring non-conforming buildings up to current standards. It's quite difficult to do this on an existing building. The current standards are that the lowest floor in the building has to be a foot above the base flood elevation. So you can imagine on an existing building it's difficult to meet that. On a non-commercial building, you can flood-proof to that same level. That's sometimes slightly more doable, but with doorways and windows, low windows, it's sometimes difficult to meet that standard. So typically, owners are trying to keep below that threshold. The calculation of the valuation for the substantial improvements includes past improvements. That goes back to the life of the building or to city incorporation. So that look back period could be 50 years now. And we're hearing from the community that that's too restrictive and is limiting normal reinvestment in the building. We are proposing to update the definition to include a 5-year look-back period. So any improvements in the preceding 5 years would factor into the substantial improvement valuation, but improvements prior to that would not factor into the valuation. And a further clarification in the definition is that we are only looking at improvements that required permits for which we have records in our system. So things that are cosmetic in nature that don't require permits would not be included in the valuation. That could be carpeting, paint, some fixtures, some appliances, and other building elements that owners change over time that don't require permits. And FEMA has approved that change to the definition. The second change is to adopt some updated flood studies. These are local studies that are completed by the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, which is now the Mile High Flood District. And they complete them in coordination with the local communities. The first two are changes to the Green Mountain drainage ways. The first one is Fox Run Gulch. Now, it used to be called Green Mountain Drainage Way B, now Fox Run Gulch. It's a floodplain from south of Frameway and West Ohio Drive to West Ohio Ave, just north of West Mississippi Court. The floodplain in this area is narrowed and confined to the street system due to upstream detention and a storm sewer system that was constructed. The second is a change to Green Mountain Drainage Way G and Indiana Street overflow. This was completed in partnership with Jefferson County and affects a portion of Lakewood along Denver West, Colorado Mills Parkway, and Indiana Street from 6th Avenue to Old Golden Road. This update redefines the floodplain based on detention that was constructed in the Jefferson County Fairgrounds upstream and a storm sewer system that was constructed in Indiana. So these two updates are local updates, and they change parts of the Green Mountain Drainage Way. The rest of the study remains as is. The third study is a complete update of Sanderson Gulch, North Sanderson Gulch. This completely replaces the 2013 study and was completed in cooperation with Mile High Flood District and City and County of Denver. The area in Lakewood that is affected is from Kipling Parkway to Sheridan Boulevard along Jewell Avenue. After the 2013 study was completed, the Mile High Flood District discovered an error in the computer model that they had been using for that generation of studies. So not just this study, but several other studies they had done. They recalibrated the model, it reduced the flow rate, and it narrowed the floodplain. So this update actually narrows the floodplain from the 2013 study. The third change is a modification of the penalty section. In 2018, other penalty sections in the municipal code were updated, and the penalty section in the floodplain management ordinance was not updated at that time. So this update is consistent with other chapters of the municipal code and actually just refers back to Title I. So as you change maximum penalties in Title I, it will also be, it'll affect the floodplain management ordinance. As I said before, FEMA has reviewed and approved the changes, and we're recommending that council approves the ordinance. If you have amendments or other changes you'd like to make, they will need to go through FEMA approval. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So now open the public hearing on item 17, ordinance 2019-32. Nobody's indicated a wish to speak. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And I'll just start with a quick comment. Thank you for your hard work on this. We've heard from a lot of folks, especially along West Colfax, who've wanted to do some new investment into their properties and just were not able to because of the previous rules. So I think there'll be a lot of excitement in some regards. This will help move the needle forward a little bit more, but we still have other huge drainage issues along the fact. So thanks. Councilor Vincent.
That's exactly, excuse me, what I was going to echo also. West Colfax is, we've spent a lot of time in meetings with landlords who have had this huge look back and haven't been able to do anything with their property, and it's been very frustrating. So just having the 5-year, I think, will help tremendously. And then they were making improvements that had nothing to do with permits, but was getting counted against the cap. And that was terribly messy. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
Nice job. My only concern or question has to do with 14.25240. We've added that violations for noncompliance be subject to the penalties set forth in section 1.6.020 of the Lakewood Municipal Code. Then we struck the following language that describes the punishment: punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by imprisonment for not more than 365 days, both or by both such fine and imprisonment. Have we changed those penalties, or are we just putting them in a different place?
The penalty section in Title I is actually has a higher maximum fine, $2,350, I believe. And so we struck the maximum fine in here so that it's consistent with Title I. And as you change the maximum fine or penalty in Title I, it will apply to the floodplain management ordinance.
Okay, so we're being asked to also increase the fine.
Consistent with the maximum fine in Title I, yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Roybal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to bring to your attention Sanderson Gulch. Thank you very much for minimizing or restricting or bringing down the footprint. And I'm here to say from our constituents, thank you, because that is now allowing us not to be in the floodplain. And if anybody doesn't know that when you're in a floodplain, there's mandatory floodplain insurance. So thank you again.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would welcome a motion, please.
This is item 16.
18.
18.
Oh, 17.
Are we all correct? 17?
17, please.
Okay. I move for adoption of ordinance O-2019-32 on second and final reading.
Second.
All right, motion is second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you very much. The clerk, please read. So, item 18.
Item 18, ordinance O-2019-33 to rezone a portion of land located at 6045 West Mississippi Avenue, Lakewood, Colorado 80226, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-33, and I will turn it over to Ms. Kara Mueller, Senior Planner, who I believe, or will the applicant be starting?
The applicant will start.
Okay. Good evening. If you want to introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Okay. Do I need to press anything else?
No, you're good.
Or should I do the start, right?
Yes.
There is that. You'd think I know how to run these things by now. Oh, yeah, okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jim Allen. I appreciate your time, Council and Mr. Mayor. I'm with TJC. We are a civil engineering firm adjacent Wheat Ridge, City of Wheat Ridge. And so today we are to talk about 6045 West Mississippi Avenue. We've named it Ambassador Place. And this is for a rezoning. So this is an aerial view. North is up. You have Sheridan is the main road kind of on the right side of the screen. Mississippi, our property is the red oval. We have the blue shading is currently zoned M&S along Mississippi. And that northern green portion is the current zoning of R143. It's vacant ground, about 7.4 acres. It's been that way for a long time. And the point of this picture is just kind of give you a feel for the residential nature of the surrounding area. There's some multifamily over to the east, and I'm sorry, to the west, but it's mostly single family, small lot, medium-sized lot. And this is an existing zoning map. The oval, again, is our property. That kind of orange with the black outline is the actual portion we're talking about for the rezone, if you guys can see that. It's kind of this here. This is the rezoning area. This is the front portion that's currently zoned the M&S that we're not talking about today. A lot of this is single-family residential to the south. A lot of orange up here is the R2. The upper left, we're getting into Belmar, and more multifamily, mixed-use, high density in the purple. And the brown is also a lot of high-density mixed-use or high-density residential. And then I'm going to zoom in a little bit with some actual coding. So here's some more of the zoning in the area, if you can read that. Some R2, some R16. All this pink along Mississippi here is the M&S. This is multifamily, some more high density. Another high density up here. But again, we're here, Sheridan property, city boundary line of Sheridan's right over here. Again, this is to kind of give you a feel for the area. Let's see. And then I'm going to come into the property. So these are the two lots. Again, I talked about. I try to keep the same color coding from the first slide, which was the green and the, I think I did, right? Yeah, green and blue. So we're talking about the rezoning of lot 1, which is the northern lot. So now north is to the north. Can you guys follow that okay? So Mississippi, oops, I hit the wrong button. He was under, right there. Slideshow from beginning. I'm getting really good now. Okay, so here's the property again. Mississippi is on the right side of the screen. North is to the left. We have some R1 zoning to R1, let's see, R16 to the north of us, which is that Harlan Way. And then we're talking about lot 1, converting that R143 to R2 zoning, which is about 6.24 acres. The difference between the R2 zoning for us and the R16 to the north is pretty much lot width. They're 6,000 square foot minimum, 60 foot wide, and for us we're a 50 foot wide or 5,000 square foot. So really it increases the lot count by about, my guesstimate's like 4 to 5, and that's just to help share the cost of all the infrastructure that has to go in. We're going to have to extend Tennessee Avenue as well as the right-of-way for Kentucky Avenue, storm sewer and detention on site. In order to get water and sanitary to the site, we're going to have to come in through the Kentucky Avenue right-of-way, which should be fairly expensive. And then just to the, I'll call it on the left side of the screen, That's all R2 zoning as well existing right now. It's all vacant, but someday that'll most likely turn into some single-family homes as well. It's platted right away over there, but again, it's not developed yet. So this is a concept plan that we used for kind of a lot density study to get a feel for how many lots could fit in the R2 and R16 zoning. This is showing the R2 zoning. And then there's also a larger tract on the left side of the screen, which is where we're reserving for water detention, water quality. It also shows the right-of-way extensions again for Tennessee and Kentucky. So up here we have on the north side of the street, we have about 16 lots abutting the existing 13 lots. And again, that difference is the 51 foot that we have versus the 60 foot wide lot widths. Let's see. So when we started this project, this was a natural fit for residential. We've met with a lot of the adjacent neighborhoods. We've had 3 meetings so far, and we're required to have 1. We slowed the process down quite a bit to kind of talk to the neighbors, get a feel for their concerns. One of the biggest ones is, it's been open fields for a long time. Now I'm going to have these homes in my backyard. And so one of the things that deed restriction came out of that, and that was part of the delay, was to put together a deed restriction on the northern lots, which is shown here on this slide. So basically everything in the blue is deed restricted to 1-story maximum height of 28 feet. It could still be a 2-story house, but probably not. It's probably going to be a ranch with a walkout. This has a long, not really 2-story, I said that wrong. This will be more of a ranch. This has a grade issue coming from south to north. And so these lots are going to be stepped individually. But the 28 feet is going to force those to be ranch. I'm sorry, the 2-story be on the south side of the street. I'm sorry, I got that backwards. So the deed restriction is 1-story, maximum base height 28 feet on the northern lots along the existing residential family. The other piece is everything in lot 1 has to be a residential single-family dwelling. And that's because in an R2 zoning, you could do a duplex, but a lot of the neighbors were afraid that 2 units together would just be too big. And so we said we would put a deed restriction, single-family structures, and not do the duplexes. And I think the next slide, this is actually the deed restriction. It's kind of hard to read, but number 2 says, I don't know if I can zoom in or not, but it says, all structures shall be limited to a height to 1 story and shall have a setback of 20 feet. Yeah, I missed that part. Actually, we also increased the setback along the existing single family. Thank you, Kara. We actually increased the setback requirement from 15 feet to 20 feet along that north property line. And that also pushes those homes a little further back, and by pushing the height down, it helps that view corridor for those neighbors to hopefully continue to see the mountains that they've enjoyed for as long as they've lived those in their homes. So the deed restriction says all residential structures to be constructed or reconstructed along the east property line of Lot 1 as depicted on Exhibit A1 shall be limited in height to 1 story and shall have a rear setback of 20 feet. The maximum base height of the residential structure will not exceed 28 feet as measured from the first finished floor to the highest point of the roof of the structure. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Let me finish this. When walkout garages and or walkout basements exist, the overall height of the residential structure shall not exceed 35 feet. And one reason why we put that in there is because of the grade of the land is about 4 or 5%. And so there's a possibility that on the one side there might be a walkout. Now, granted, it might not really work. We don't have a builder identified yet. And so that's also one of the things that came up in the neighborhood. Everybody wants to see what the homes look like. And unfortunately, we're just developers, right? We We find the ground, we zone it, we build the roads, build the infrastructure, and then a home builder comes in behind and they put in the homes. But when we talk about the 28 feet to the highest point of the roof, we talk about that because these homes are going to be not going to be modern boxes. These are going to fit the neighborhood. They're going to have to be something that's very contemporary and match the existing architecture in the area. But back to the declaration, number 3 says, all residential structures to be constructed on Lot 1 shall consist of one detached single-family residential dwelling unit per platted lot. Duplex and accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, will not be allowed. I think that's the end of my presentation. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mueller?
Okay.
I don't know if I can do this in 3 minutes, but I'll try. Hello, my name is Kara Mueller, and with the Planning and Development Assistance Division. This presentation this evening is for the rezoning case at 6045 West Mississippi Avenue, case RZ 18004. It is important to note that this is the northern portion of the site, and the southern portion of the site directly adjacent to and parallel to West Mississippi Avenue is not a part of this rezoning and currently is zoned mixed-use neighborhood suburban. The request this evening is to rezone the property from 1 acre residential, or R-1-43, to 2 family and small lot residential, R2. This property is approximately 6.2 acres in size. The rezoning process is our most public process here at the City of Lakewood. It always begins with a pre-planning application to where the applicant can do a request as to what they would like to do with the property. There is a required formal neighborhood meeting prior to being able to make any formal application on a rezoning. And then there are 2 public hearings, one before Planning Commission, which is the fact and finding body. Staff makes a recommendation to Planning Commission based on the comprehensive plan and zoning. And then Planning Commission at a public hearing makes a recommendation to City Council, which is this group this evening, on all rezoning requests. It's important to note that if the rezoning is approved, there will be a further need for a major subdivision and site plan, as well as any kind of building permits to develop the site into individual residential lots. This aerial picture indicated in yellow, that is the northern portion of the property. North is up on this picture. West Kentucky Avenue actually runs along the northern portion of the property. There is some right-of-way that is already dedicated there. If this moves forward, they'd have to dedicate the southern half of the street, but the northern half is already dedicated right-of-way. Directly to the east is the Harlan Way subdivision, single-family residential. And directly to the west is an R143 sliver, which is connected to a landscape business that has been around for quite some time. And then the properties to the north are vacant, as well as the property directly adjacent to West Mississippi. This is the zoning of the property. Again, the current zoning is R143. Directly to the east in the Harlan Way neighborhood, we have R16, which is small lot residential. Directly to the south along West Mississippi Avenue, approximately 205 to 210 feet, depending on the property, the zoning is mixed-use neighborhood suburban, of which it is 205 feet deep along this property. Again, directly to the west, that is the landscape business, which is a combination of the mixed-use neighborhood suburban and R143. And directly to the north, you can see the swath of 2-family and small lot residential R2. The intent of the R2 zone district is to provide for small lot, single family and duplex residential development. This is a use comparison chart. We like to do these just to kind of show and highlight the different uses. As you can see in a 1 acre site, you can have animal care, cemetery, plant and nursery. And if you take a look at the 2 family and small lot duplexes on there, once again, there is a proposal of a deed restriction by the applicant, only to do single family. You can do religious institutions as well as any kind of public transportation facility. These are the dimensional standards. I think it's important to point out, obviously, 1 acre is 1 acre. When you do a single family in an R2 zone district, the minimum lot size is 5,000. Once again, the deed restriction would eliminate the duplex factor. The minimum lot width is 140 feet in the 1 acre, and I do want to put the correct lot width out there for R2. It's not 50 feet, it's 45 feet. The heights are pretty much the same, and so are the setbacks in this area, except for the side setback. So a conceptual land use plan is the document that we prepare in order to provide enough information to determine land uses. So indicated here, you can see the street names: West Kentucky Avenue to the north. Over to the far east, we have South Harlan Street, which is a collector as well, and then West Mississippi Avenue to the far south. The area in pink, again, is the M&S zone district that runs along the northern side of West Mississippi Avenue in this area. And the area indicated in the red dashed line, that is the Harlan Way neighborhood where there is existing R16 and single family detached residential. The gray area generally shows where a roadway would connect through Tennessee into this site with a connection out to Kentucky, providing that loop that would be necessary for any development for fire access, emergency vehicles, et cetera. And the area shown in yellow would be the areas where any lots, water quality, or detention could then be constructed. Public improvements and access, that's pedestrian connectivity, street connections, detention, water quality. All of those items would be worked out with any final platting as well as site planning that would occur if the rezoning was approved. There were 3 neighborhood meetings, the first held before the formal application, and those happened last year, February, April, and then again in November. Some of the concerns and questions really had to do with the choice of zone district. If there were private deed restrictions, what would that mean? What would they be? The height of the homes, the views that currently exist for the residents that are directly to the east, privacy for those residents, concerned that they didn't want to have any homes looming over them or have any balconies too close to the property line, and traffic generation. The applicant did describe at the neighborhood meetings that the housing type they were looking at was going to be low maintenance single family lots with a deed restriction to eliminate duplexes and allow only for single family units. After the first 2 meetings, they went door to door because it became apparent that there were some concerns with those elements, such as privacy, height of homes, and density. The applicant then scheduled the 3rd neighborhood meeting and went over some of those deed restrictions as they had pointed out. Among those would be to limit only to single family homes. Instead of a 15-foot rear setback along the eastern side, the lots that would be back directly adjacent, they would increase that to 20 feet, and that the height would be limited to 1 story with potential of either walkout basements or garages, depending on how it was built into the topography. That maximum height, again, as stated by the applicant in that deed restriction, would be from the grade to the very highest point, not a midpoint of a gable, but the highest point of 28 feet. The increase in traffic generation to South Harlan Street via either Kentucky or Tennessee was a concern given with a lot of the development up to the north, the Red Rocks Church, as well as the Metro West housing that's happening at Alabina and Harlan. A lot of that traffic can come down that direction toward Mississippi. The traffic generated after speaking with transportation engineering from approximately 38 single-family homes, give or take, would be minimal during peak hour. There were several outside referral agencies who would refer the rezoning case, and we received no objections on those. That includes Bancroft Clover, West Metro Fire, Excel Energy. There are 3 rezoning review criteria in order to review a rezoning case. The first is conformance with the intent of the zoning ordinance, compatibility with surrounding land uses and those envisioned within that comprehensive plan, and consistency with the comprehensive plan. The intent of the zoning ordinance is related to promote health, safety, and welfare for the citizens. This rezoning can do so through an orderly development or process, through the public process. The rezoning process is intentionally longer so that we can get citizen input and have public hearings before appointed and elected officials. It also provides an opportunity for a range of housing types to meet the current and future needs. Compatibility with the R2. The R2 zone district is compatible with surrounding lower density, single family detached residential use. It can also provide, with that little bit smaller lot, a transition from the east to the west. That's important to point out because although this is not within a growth area, it is adjacent to 2 neighborhood activity areas directly to the west and then to the south along the north side of West Mississippi Avenue. The Lakewood 2025 Moving Forward Together Comprehensive Plan. This is our primary document for guiding land use decisions. There's visions, guiding principles, goals, and action steps, and several of those are listed for the residential component within the staff report. The demographics of Lakewood, we've said this over and over again. They do illustrate a growing population here and in the Metro Denver area. That's evidenced in the comprehensive plan. And there is a need for additional housing, not just of lower density, but also all the ranges, if appropriate, within the context. Is the zoning consistent with the comprehensive plan? The proposed zoning is consistent with the central neighborhood, Lakewood neighborhood, which this is within. It's truly the South Alameda neighborhood, in character with the surrounding residential land uses. The proposal is single family, adjacent to single family lower density, and the slight change in lot width or size can provide some transition, but it isn't a drastic change necessarily with the row adjacent to South Harlan Street. The rezoning will allow for that mix of housing types. Those are lower in maintenance and can fit a range of housing need. This property is adjacent to 2 neighborhood activity areas, as previously pointed out, and it can also provide, if these develop in the future, we'll see some redevelopment. They're vacant right now in a lot of cases. The activity area to the west is actually an underground storage facility. If you've never driven out there, I recommend driving down the lane because it's quite interesting. But they've recently done some improvements, but these are areas that are called out for that mixed use area, and these can redevelop in the future. Staff does find from the findings and fact in order in the staff report and the presentation that the proposed rezoning from R143 to R2 is in conformance with the intent of the zoning ordinance, compatible with surrounding land uses and those envisioned in the comprehensive plan, and consistent with the comprehensive plan. Therefore, Planning Commission recommends that the City Council approve rezoning case RZ 18004. That concludes staff presentation, and various staff members are available if you have any questions.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will now open public comment, and we have somebody who's indicated a wish for pooling time. 2 quick things, so 3 minutes, 2.5 green, 30 seconds yellow, and your time will be up other than the 10-minute. Looks like there is, everybody who's signed up does not favor the question, so if you would like to just agree with somebody who spoke before you, that'd be awesome. If you have something new to add, or a different take, we would welcome that. But in light of the fact it's 10:15, if you'd oblige, that'd be fantastic. So first up, Carl Mount, you're going to speak for Marty. Where's Marty? Chris and Lisa. Marty, Chris, Lisa, everybody here? Wave here. All right, thank you very much.
Good late evening.
Good evening.
Council members and Mayor Paul, thank you for allowing me
Grab the mic.
to speak
Thank you.
in opposition to approval of this zoning application. My name is Carl Mount. I live at 6175 West Ohio Avenue in the Jefferson Gardens neighborhood, which, as far as I know, still exists. Our neighborhood association still exists. Supposedly, I've been told, well, let me try to stick to my script here, unlike some other people in our governments. I've been a resident of the Jefferson Gardens area for more than 34 years and was directly involved in the writing of the neighborhood plan with the city of Lakewood in 1995. In this plan, the neighborhood association agreed that any new development should, quote, look like it belongs in the country rather than bringing the city to our doorstep, end quote. Now, over 20 years after adoption of the plan, this neighborhood has an even more rural feel to it. Now, horse riders pass in front of my house on a daily basis, and I hear donkeys, chickens, peacocks each morning, thanks to my wonderful neighbors. The donkeys are marvelous. There's a large horse arena in use on West Ohio Avenue. This is the type of neighborhood that Lakewood was initially founded on and remains a treasured area in our city. Our neighborhood plan, which was supposed to be incorporated into the comprehensive plan, apparently has not been heeded or reviewed. A simple reading of the original plan brings up several differences between the plan and this zoning proposal. I apologize for coming in so late in this process, although I was recognized in a letter from the city of Lakewood dated February 27, 1996, a copy of which I'd like to enter into evidence here. I was recognized at that time as a president and or contact person for the Jefferson Gardens Neighborhood Association. In spite of this, I have received no notification from the city of Lakewood throughout this entire process. None. I was informed of this action by one of my neighbors only 5 days ago, which is why I'm here. I live at the same address, and I still have the same telephone numbers back in 1995. Lakewood certainly should have been able to get a hold of me. I do not understand why the city did not notify me about this rezoning question early in the process. I've reviewed the file for this application and believe that the City Council has not received a clear picture of our neighborhood and the wishes of most of Jefferson Gardens residents. It's also clear from Mr. Allen's presentation that he has not looked at our neighborhood. Council members, if you'll now refer to the select pages of the 1995 Jefferson Gardens Neighborhood Plan that I've provided in your packets, I'm going to try to cover a lot of ground really quickly, so stick with me if you can. I'd like to make that picture clear of what our neighborhood is like with this. In the more than 1 year process that resulted in the 1995 neighborhood plan, 7 major issues were identified as follows. 1 was development design, 2, land use zoning and future development, 3, Weir Gulch, 4, parks, trails, and open space, 5, traffic and street system, street improvements, 6, neighborhood safety, security, and appearance, 7, neighborhood identity and organization. You will be happy to know and probably relieved that I will not cover all of these issues in detail. I will limit myself to only parts of this 1995 plan that paint a clear picture of our neighborhood and how this zoning application does not meet the wishes of the surrounding neighbors for maintaining a rural neighborhood. That the surrounding landowners for this proposed rezoning have signed a petition in opposition to this zoning change is clear evidence of the neighborhood's continued support for the 1995 plan. Development design on page 5 of your packet, you'll notice the page numbers in the lower right corner. I did not include all the pages because I thought that would be harder to follow along. Anyway, development design, page 5, goal number 1, protection of Weir Gulch. 1 to 1.1, conceptual zoning application plan that is proposed does not keep Weir Gulch in its natural state Proposed houses are closer than 50 feet from Weir Gulch and may be located in the 100-year floodplain. It's impossible to tell because they didn't provide any maps that indicated where the 100-year floodplain of Weir Gulch was. Goal number 2, transitions between new and existing development, protection of views. The proposed development is not integrated into the existing fabric of the neighborhood, nor does it blend in any way with the rural character. In fact, the proposal places an unacceptably dense housing cluster right in the middle of far less dense developments. Only 22% of the perimeter of the property is zoned either MNS, mixed use, appropriate for a property bordering on Mississippi Avenue and owned by the same person that has this application before you. I agree, that's a fine zoning. And 2R to the north, which has not been developed for more than 35 years, was zoned 2R when I moved in. All properties to the east and west are already zoned 1R, and all properties surrounding the parcel are now used for very low density purposes. If you'll turn now to page 6 of the 1995 plan, goal number 3, design criteria for single-family residential developments. Conceptual plan and answers to citizens' concerns indicate that there will be no room to create new stands of trees, and the developer would not commit, no matter what he told you in his presentation tonight, he would not commit in the written record to single-story ranch-style designs. Did not commit to it. Specifically did not. Page 7, you'll be relieved to note, does not apply. You can ignore it. I'm sorry for including this portion in the packet. I was in a hurry. You'll notice maps, page 9 and page 13 in your packets. Existing land use map, map 3, page 9, existing land use map. Hasn't changed much, although the zoning designations themselves have changed a bit. Map number 5, page 13 is future development lot sizes. I noticed that once our plan went away with the 2015 zoning changes, that this proposal came back up again because, gee, now you don't have that information on what the neighborhood spent more than a year and a half figuring out as to what the future zoning should be on those black parcels of land that you see on that map, of which this parcel is part of. So you go to number 2, land use zoning and future development on pages 10 and 11, sandwiched in between the maps. I'm sorry, it's the way the neighborhood plan was put together. Goal number 6, consistency between existing zoning and land use and desired rural character. The proposal is obviously not consistent with surrounding zoning and actual land use, no matter what your staff is telling you, and no matter what the developer is telling you. Please refer to the aerial photo map that's also in your packet, this one here. You can see for yourself that has the property kind of in the lower right center, the property in question. You'll notice that this still map, 25 years later, the existing actual land uses on that site match the 1995 plan that we put together. So goal number 6, consistency between existing zoning and land use and desired rural character. The proposal is not consistent with surrounding zoning and actual land use. And you can use the aerial photo and also the maps that I've supplied you with to demonstrate that. Goal 7 was future rezonings and land uses. I already went over this. Objective 7.2, you can see, I have to look at it myself, excuse me, you can't memorize it all. .2 was use the lot sizes and density shown on map number 5. That was in our plan. Probably somewhere between what is already zoned right now and what exists directly to the east of it. 7.3 was in considering zoning requests, strive to keep the amount of acreage in zoning categories which allow for the keeping of livestock at approximately the same proportion to overall acreage in the neighborhood as was in 1995. R2 zoning does not allow livestock. Not appropriate for this land. because after 7.4 is future zonings are to comply with this plan. Weir Gulch, page 16 in your packet. Goal 10, preservation of natural state. This does not preserve the natural state of Weir Gulch. Parks, trails, and open space, page 16 as well. Goal 13, I'd like to say that according to the plan, we now have an arena that works. We have a horse arena there. We also have a trail connection under Wadsworth based on our plan that allows horses to pass into Belmar Park. 2 goals that we identified. Right. Traffic and street system, others already covered this. All I'd like to say in the matter of safety, if you add more traffic to Harlan, the horse riders cross Harlan frequently, and it's a safety concern. Neighborhood safety, security, and appearance. Not cover this except to say that neighbors regularly contact city zoning and police. I'm sure you've heard of us. Neighborhood identity and organization. Neighborhood identity, explored many options, most too expensive. To wrap, again, I'd strongly urge you to vote against this zoning proposal and encourage the property owner to appropriately develop this land to a 1R type zoning, compatible with our neighborhood, compatible with surrounding housing.
Time's up. Thank you.
Please do not bring the city to our doorstep. Thank you for your time and patience.
Linda Shepherd. Good evening.
Linda Shepherd, 6394 West Ohio Avenue. City Council, Mayor. Probably Carl said it all, but anyway, first I am giving you and the audience a little history of this area so you know what the neighbors want and do not want for the Jefferson Gardens Association area. Starting in 1993, the neighbors and I fought a large rezoning and development that was proposed on West Ohio Avenue between Pierce and Harlan. The developer and the owner also wanted high-density zoning and wanted to put houses on 5,000 square feet lots. After obtaining many signatures against this proposal and going to many meetings, the neighbors and I went on to win against the proposed rezoning. On this land now sits stables, barns, and an arena. This fits with the rural character of the neighborhood. In the middle of fighting this proposed development, rezoning, the neighbors and I formed a neighborhood association called Jefferson Gardens, a neighborhood plan, and formed a new zoning for this area called RR, which, by the way, no longer exists. We developed all this to keep high density out of our area and to inform the developers what we wanted for this area. We wanted to keep the rural character of this neighborhood and still do. This is a very old rural neighborhood with houses built 1948 and lower with land. Needless to say, the high-density rezoning and proposed developments, that is to allow 39 houses on 5,000 square foot lots, does not fit the character of the neighborhood. And here is some of the high-density zoning development concerns. Of course, the traffic woes on Harlan Street, which is already congested. The rezoning can also allow for duplexes. Development which is going to be, I understand, 2-story on the west side that will block views to the west, brings drainage concerns when houses are built. Land is very steep, more houses, more flood concerns. Concerns about the agricultural ditches that run along the north end of the property. Concerns about the second enter and exit road on the end of the said property. There is agricultural ditches, Excel power lines, and poles. Also a house where the undeveloped street is going to go. In closing, this high density will allow for high density development and destroy the rural character of our neighborhood. Please vote no on this proposed rezoning. Thank you.
Lisa? And again, if you want to just agree with the speaker, that's fine. Lisa Greenbaum? Come on down. And then we'll just have you start lining up. Calvin, and then Rennie, Tom, and then Anna.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Greenbaum. I've lived on West Ohio for the better part of 30-some years. I was a part of the initial restructuring or organization of the neighborhood that had to come together to fight a high-density development in that parcel that Carl was referring to. The reason I moved into my property was because I own horses. It was a lifelong dream, as it is for many ladies and some gentlemen. And when we had the initial meetings and petitions to fight that, and after we won that proposal, we did spend a lot of time and effort and a lot of thought in how can we retain this unique feel of rural Lakewood that's disappearing at a pace that truly, it saddens me deeply. The zoning that we came up with, the RR, which no longer exists, I don't know how it got changed. I was never notified. I just went and looked at zoning one day and surprised, I now am R128 or some silly thing. I specifically took my property, which is 2 lots of R1 back in the old days. When I found out more than 1 house per lot was what I thought could be built. When I found out, no, you can take a cookie cutter of the minimum lot size of R1 and stamp out as many houses and just apply for permits to build, no rezoning needed. That scared me. I thought, nobody's gonna be able to have a horse on my property anymore. So I went ahead and we developed the RR zoning. I downzoned my property. I took what I knowingly knew would be a financial hit. Is my property worth more when you can build less houses? No, of course not. It's worth less. And I knowingly did that to preserve my property for the next girl who wants to have a horse, because the RR lot size was specific enough that you could have a horse or a goat or a cow or whatever your little hobby is. But now that no longer exists. And this is just a continuing a deterioration, in my opinion, of kids that come, people drive by our houses and slow down and watch and they point and they see the horses. That's disappearing. I don't think we're asking too much to preserve this little piece of Lakewood for this unique neighborhood. And I hope you guys give us a break and see what we're trying to preserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Calvin, Rennie, Tom, Anna.
My name is Calvin Lambert. I live at 951 South Harlan Way. My home property is right up against the proposed development. I have the only non-privacy fence along that area. It's down. I've watched Sam Zackham's property for years. I've been there 25. I've called the police when kids goofed off back there. I've had horses and everything else. Our dogs, our 2 dogs, consider that their watch area. They let me know when anything goes on back there also. I'm against the rezoning, the density of it, sheer density. I'm concerned about the placement of the house. I'm standing about maybe not 20 feet from you. And if the house is very tall, they're going to see over an 8-foot fence, look directly over into our backyards, directly over into our houses. And the privacy is the primary concern. The other concern, the developer has never shown what the houses are going to look like on the back side. In other words, what am I going to get up and look at every morning? The windows? Well, I want to find out what the house is actually going to be. 2, next thing is they're going to take away our view of the mountains. It doesn't matter if they're directly in back of our house, but the 2-story ones on the far side are going to be taken away. The extra space storage that we have, that storage, rental storage. In back, they look like a bunker. I found out that our neighborhood, before I moved there previously, my neighbor told me 35 years ago, who lives next door to me, that they organized the neighborhood to get the developer who put that extra space storage in to put it in that low area to preserve our view. In other words, and the other concern I had was our traffic. Harlan is a raceway right now. If a policeman set it down at the bottom of West Kentucky, he could have his allotment of tickets. I know they don't have them, but he could pick up speeders left and right, at night and day. And if they increase the houses in back of us, the traffic is going to increase. The other thing that was brought up by a neighbor and I, this is about it. The proposed seem to increase our property tax values. Many of us are retired, and it's going to be more difficult to pay our taxes. But the primary concern is just the sheer density of it and how it's going to change the rural, urban nature of our area. It seems like it's going to just take it away from us, that number of houses that are going to be placed in there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rennie, Tom, Anna, Russell, Randy, Barbara, Luis, Nathaniel, Teresa, Susan, Sonny, and then Chad.
Good evening, Mayor Paul, council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Rainey Barthel, a Lakewood native, and I live at 1011 South Harlan Way. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the rezoning of 6045 West Mississippi. I have taken photographs of the area of the street the developers plan to build, because there's no street there, to show you what a dangerous area this is. There's no sidewalks till you get to Ray Ross on this part of Harlan Street. As you can see, there are access issues to the new proposed development, and I have taken measurements to show you that they do not match the plat that was presented. If Kentucky Avenue was to be extended west, the movement of large utility poles, phone poles, and outbuildings would have to be moved, not to mention it goes through one of my neighbor's yards. Even at Tennessee, the plat shows 50 feet, but it's at most 34 feet. The proposed zoning is not compatible with the character of the existing surrounding homes or the neighborhoods. Therefore, it would not fit in with the comprehensive plan. It's not part of an activity area or a growth area, and according to the plan, and it's not even in the purple. The staff report says they believe this rezoning fits the comprehensive plan because it's their job to assist the developers. It is up to you, the members of the council, to look at all sides of this proposal and make a more objective opinion. The zoning ordinance stated in section 17.1-2 takes the safety, public health, and welfare of the citizens of Lakewood. But as I mentioned, Kentucky Avenue would make Harlan Street even more dangerous. It states that it's compatible with the surrounding residential uses, yet there is nothing surrounding this area that is this high dense. It also states it provides lower density residential units, yet R2 is the highest density zoning we have for single family residents. It says it respects the character of the adjacent neighborhood, yet it doesn't do this either, with small lots and it's virtually no yards. To fit into the character of the neighborhood, it should be low density single family. The R143 zoning is already in place for this. I realize this would cut into profit margins, but I believe that people are more important than money. Even if you believe one of these criteria, you should vote no on this rezoning. It is the City Council's responsibility to the neighborhood and to the developers who have worked very hard on these plans to stop the rezoning of this area where they have been promised a project that they cannot actually build because of access issues and not staying within the comprehensive plan. The neighbors in this area do not want this kind of development. Please hear us. Thank you.
You.
Tom?
Good evening, Mayor Paul and City Council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard regarding the rezoning of 6045 West Mississippi. It was mentioned at the initial public meeting in February of last year, developers wish to provide affordable housing at $500,000. I have reached out to many of my colleagues and neighbors and see if they share the same opinion as the developers. I was unable to receive anyone who had agreed with that being affordable. I proceeded to dig into numbers that would support this. In my research, I found that the median income of Lakewood residents was $61,000. In order to have a house at that proposed number, an individual would have to eclipse $90,000 a year. I also have objections to the fit of these homes with the surrounding character of the neighborhood. None of the existing properties are 10 feet apart, nor do any of the homes have a height of 28 to 35 feet. In reading over Lakewood's comprehensive plan, I discovered LN2A stating, only support the rezoning of single-family properties in stable neighborhoods when the rezoning request is consistent with the existing surrounding land uses and the character of the neighborhood. LN2B states, preserve the existing zoning that allows for the keeping of horses in current locations, of which we currently have neighbors with horses back there. I do not believe that the rezoning request supports what is outlined in the comprehensive plan that was created by the City of Lakewood. My final concern is that of increased crime. We have seen over the last few years of growth in the city has increased the amount of theft, traffic accidents, and most recently a fatality on Harlan Street near Kentucky with a motorcycle. In closing, I encourage all of you to genuinely consider if this is truly a good fit for this area, and does it truly support the comprehensive plan. Growth is inevitable. It is how we temper our decisions and how it is managed, so we aren't looking back and saying, shoot, we didn't think this would be the outcome. Again, thank you for your time this evening. Remember, community revolves around people's emotional climate, not money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, and then Russell, then Randy, and then Barbara. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor Paul and members of the council. My name is Anna Hannell, address 905 South Otis. I'm the vice president of the newly formed Ware Gulch Gardens Neighborhood Association. We formed in May. This has been discussed a lot at our meetings, and we did submit comment to you. I won't repeat all of that. It did show that when our members were polled about this, the majority said they would be against this rezoning. There are many traffic safety concerns. I did want to bring up one issue that hasn't been talked about yet. Along Harlan, we do notice that this plan does not call for access to Mississippi. There already is that land is owned by the landowner, but it is zoned differently, and it sounds like there are plans to put an apartment building there. I live in a very similar neighborhood directly to the west, very similar configuration. We do have a lot of traffic safety issues at the bottom of Kentucky by Pierce. I'm a little worried that there will be more issues like that in this neighborhood at Kentucky and Harlan. My neighborhood does have access out on Mississippi, which really helps during high traffic times, rush hour. We can get out that way if we can't get out at the bottom of the hill by Ware Gulch. This plan doesn't call for that for this new neighborhood because of that area that is zoned MNS and would remain vacant. There wouldn't be a street out on Mississippi. So I worry that those folks will be boxed in and they might see some of the traffic issues that we have in our neighborhood that aren't as bad because we do have access to Mississippi, but I do see crashes quite a bit. One thing I wanted to mention also, as I've heard this before at other meetings, there really is a market for large lots. I've heard someone say, I think it was at the meeting a couple of weeks ago, if I wanted to buy an acre, I wouldn't buy it in Lakewood. I'd go to Winter Park. And actually, we bought a half acre specifically because it was in Lakewood, specifically because it was in this neighborhood. I've got 2 kids, we have 9 chickens, 2 goats now, and it's a dream come true. And we specifically moved to this area because we're allowed to have that. The zoning allows for that. The neighbors are used to that. It's an area where we knew we could have this. We wouldn't, people wouldn't be complaining about my loud goats. One of them is loud. But she is allowed in this neighborhood, and it's really an asset. And so I would just, when people say, who wants to buy a large lot? Who really wants to live in a neighborhood like this? There really are a lot of us, and I think it's sort of a hidden gem in Lakewood, and I think we could do a lot to showcase it. And having this rural country in a city feel is a reason a lot of us live here for a long time and have moved here in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Russell?
Russell Rendler, 941 South Harlem Way. And I agree with all the previous speakers so far, but I'd just like to add to it. The influx of residents in the development alone, 80-plus cars. There is already too much traffic on South Harlem and West Mississippi most of the day. The proposed West Kentucky street extension will make an already dangerous intersection less safe. The lack of sidewalks and isolation of the development will prevent anyone from choosing to walk instead of driving to their destination. There isn't any shopping or in close proximity. These are just a few reasons the zoning change shouldn't be allowed. The zoning should stay as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy? There, Randy, okay. And then just real quick, Barbara, did you wish to speak? You didn't put yes or no. No, okay. No, you're up. I'm sorry. I was just...
My name's Randy Gray. I live at 895 South Harlan. In the photographs that you've seen that Rainey had, that's where I live. And if that road comes in, it's going to be right beside my living room window. And these power poles are all there. And I asked the last meeting, what are you going to do with them? Where are they going to go? And they don't, I haven't found out that or exactly where that road's going to come through. And then behind that's the water canal. And I talked to the Denver water people back there working on it, and I said, can this be moved or changed? They told me it can't be altered, so I don't know. And also, on my property line, the corner stake is right in the middle of this road. So I did ask, since I've been paying taxes and that on this property, do myself or my neighbors get compensated for this? Apparently we don't. The other thing is the traffic, like all the other previous people were telling you. That guy that got killed in a motorcycle was right in front of my street. And I don't know who Lakewood got for the traffic study, but that traffic's terrible. It's almost nonstop now, and I've been there for about 18 years, and it's really bad. And there are people come through there with horses all the time, and kids on bicycles, and there's no sidewalks, and there's a grade school right up the street, elementary's right up the street. And I like seeing all those horses and stuff and seeing people having that room. And the other thing is the water, when they built this goes in, all that water's coming down towards where I'm at. And I have a water well, and I don't know if that will affect it or if they put in the waste lines, if they dig down, if that's going to affect it. And what else did I have here? I did ask about, can't that road go the other direction towards Pierce? Because it's all open. Out past where the landscape guy is and those where the rental storage is, that's all open and there's no power poles or nothing there to move. And I thought City Lakewood, remember the mayor was saying it's supposed to be a 1% growth. I don't see it. I mean, I see houses going in everywhere. They can possibly put them in, as many as they possibly put in. But I'm for sure, like my neighbors, against seeing this go in. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis? Okay, thank you. Nathaniel? Good. Cool, thank you. And just know that these are no's. They're all no's. Teresa? Rindler? Okay. Susan Webb? No. Yes, ma'am. So it'll be part of the record. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Sunny and Chad. Okay. And Jason. And then Jim. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Paul, City Council members. My name is Jason Smoker, 6060 West Tennessee Avenue. If you look at that map that was shown, I would be the neighbor to the extreme southeast of that property. Really, the one thing that I would point out where they were showing the additional setback, it's interesting that that never did extend the whole way down that property to the south side. So there is no additional setback next to my property, which I was a little disappointed about as we've had so many conversations about this over the months that this has been going on. I will say I've only been in the neighborhood for 5 years. One of the reasons I chose to purchase the lot, which we did in the house, which definitely needs some help, was because there was the R143 zoning on the adjacent property. So I hate to see that go down to an R2. Would also like to point out that I've said all along in all these meetings that I would oppose changing this to an R2, and I think there's an appropriate nature. If it is going to be rezoned, even within the R1 zoning codes, that, you know, if they want to keep it like our neighborhood is, I would say R143. I realize it does reduce the lot size, the number of lots they could have because of the increased lot size. I do think that maybe the city council needs to work with trying to figure out some way that, you know, that frontal section could be a little bit different between the R2 and the R143, because that really does seem to be the sticking point on this, the distance between that 45 feet and that 60 feet. As being that difference. I do appreciate that they did show here this evening for the first time a deed restriction. I do regret that we have not had opportunity to review that. It has come up in several of the meetings that we would like to see that. I was unable to see from what we saw here this evening whether that is something that's still proposed or whether that is something that has actually been filed. So it'd be interesting to get an indication on that. I do want to point out, as many have said, that the traffic there, and I know there was a recent traffic study, I don't know if those results are available or not yet, but for the council, if that has been made available, I'd like to point out to you that during that time there was significant construction activity at the intersection of Alameda and Harlan. And during the week of that traffic study, most of that week, we could not exit from Harlan onto Alameda, which caused most of us to reroute our normal traffic patterns during the week that they were doing that traffic study. So I would say that, you know, I'm going to be consistent with what I have said from the very beginning on this. I am opposed to the R2 because it would allow for that multiple family. Both R2 and R143 are both titled in your summary sheets with the zoning as being small lot. I would probably not object near as hard if it was R143 that was being proposed, but that is not what is being proposed. It is rather the R2. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Sir? Jim? Then anybody else, if you want to please come and see the clerk, that'd be great. Good evening.
Distinguished Mayor, City Council, I'm very thankful for this opportunity to speak to you. It is a delight to be in a democratic nation where my family has not always been in that fortunate of a circumstance. I live at 911 South Harlan Way, which is at the north end of Harlan Way. So my house is about 2 houses away from where the construction is planned. And there's a large circle in front of my house where every day multiple cars come in, get lost, turn around, and go back out onto Harlan Street. And cars race up and down Harlan Street at a high rate of speed. You know, quite contrary to the traffic speed limit, but doesn't seem like there's often very much done. I think some of our neighbors have also mentioned that as well. But my main concern is if the extension to Kentucky is made, my house would be literally sandwiched between Harlan Way and the extension to Kentucky. And those 2 streets would have about 120 maybe feet between the 2 intersections. There's already quite a lot of traffic there, and people get routinely confused. They'll drive into the right-of-way right now that's currently unpaved, have to back their way out, or they'll drive onto Harlan Way and turn around in the circle. I see it every day. I have security cameras. It's almost like a joke because I'll get notifications on my phone every time someone does a donut there to get back out because they thought they were going to go west and they couldn't. So my main concern right now is really about just the traffic that will be now both right in front of my front yard and will be right behind my backyard. I don't understand why we couldn't have an entrance from Mississippi. I know that is owned by the same owner. They can clearly put a street there as well for traffic. So that's my principal concern there. I would not have issue if it was zoned more appropriately, but the density does not match Harlan Way or any of the neighboring properties, so I don't think it's appropriate. So I thank you for your time. I urge you to vote no on this issue.
Thank you very much. We have one more.
John Reeves.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is John Reeves. I reside at 1001 South Harlan Way. And I'd like to echo my neighbor's concerns about the neighborhood character being changed. And I'm against this rezoning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, anybody else? Okay, so that exhausts the list. I'll close public comment. Mr. Cox, I'm going to ask you to give us a quick refresher on rezones as well as legal protest, and then I'm going to take a recess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Mueller reviewed the criteria for zoning approval from her. It's in her staff report, and she went over those criteria, as is the usual case, but we'd like to reiterate the criteria for rezonings. These are the things that you must find in order to approve the rezoning that's proposed. One, that the proposed zoning promotes the purposes of the zoning ordinance. Two, that the proposed zoning is compatible with the existing surrounding land uses or the land uses envisioned in the comprehensive plan. And three, the proposed zoning meets at least one of the following additional criteria: that the proposed zoning promotes implementation of the comprehensive plan, there's been a material change in the character of the neighborhood, or the property proposed was previously zoned in error. So those are the criteria that must be found. Please keep those in mind as you're considering your vote. The mayor mentioned the legal protest. That's a procedure that we have outlined in section 9.2 of the city's charter under the heading of zoning changes and legal protests, and it allows owners of property in the vicinity of the subject property to collect signatures from the surrounding neighbors and submit that to the council at least 24 hours before the hearing that we're holding now. And once that's done, and I'm not going to review the math that was done by the property management people in the finance department to determine that the correct number of owners and the correct percentage of land was represented by that protest. But the significance of that is, of course, that with the protest on file, no change to the zoning can become effective unless there's a favorable vote of 2/3 of all members of the city council. So I'll reiterate that last phrase: 2/3 of all members of the city council. You're all here. It's so we can do the math easily enough, but it's important to remember for future purposes that it is not based on the number of council members in attendance, but the total number has to be at least 8 votes to represent 2/3 and get the zoning passed on that basis. Are there any questions about that?
Yes, sir. So just real quick for clarification too, Mr. Mont, you had mentioned that you were registered on our city website, Jefferson Gardens Association. Miss Linda Shepard's the registered agent, so that's where that information would have gone. All right, so it's 10:57. We'll just do 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 11:03. Thanks. Back. We'll reconvene the Lakewood City Council meeting September 9th at 11:10 p.m. And we have had our public comment and presentations. I'll now turn it over to our council members from Ward 3 if they want to start the questioning or comments. And if not, that's fine too.
Thank you, Mayor. I will take you up on that. Let me just say that, first of all, I grew up just 2 or 3 short blocks from this property. I'm very familiar with it. I was over on Pierce Street for many, many years. Used to walk by it all the time. Ward 3 is probably one of, if not the most diverse ward in the city of Lakewood. We have everything from multi-million-dollar homes to these rural homes that are basically small farms, ranches, to high density, to everything in between. So, and somebody was talking about diversity earlier about Lakewood, and I have to say that our ward truly does represent that diversity and has for a long time. But I see this as really the heart and soul of Lakewood, and I cannot support a drastic change like is being proposed here. So I'll say I'm going to have to vote no on this.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Roybal, you want to weigh in, please?
Yes, please. Thank you, Bear. I haven't been here as long as Councilor Beta, but I think I've been here almost 27, 28 years. So, I've been around. I understand the flavor of our community. We're so diverse in this community. We have so many things we can give. And when you bought your property into that community, you bought the flavor of the community. That's what you wanted. You wanted farming, you wanted ranching. If you wanted high density, you would move around Belmar. If you wanted low density, you would move in our area. If you wanted Thraymore, which was up and coming, a very rich neighborhood, we also have that. And we also have something that's really unique, is we have a lot of businesses along Sheridan, Mississippi, Pierce, that are very unique to our community, and we have our own flavor. And Councilor Beta brought this up before. We have some unique businesses that have been here since the 1900s. So we do the flavor, and please forgive me, but a cliche. When you buy into this house, into this area, we are now Lakewoodians, and this is what we believe in. So that being said, and understanding the flavor, I hear you. I'm not going to be in support of this either. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
I have a couple of questions. Can you put attachment B back up, please? The adjacent zoning. Thank you. The presentation said that the mixed-use general suburban was immediately to the west of the site. There is a sliver of a parcel there, not actually a sliver in real life, it's wider than it looks. What is the zoning on that property?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Abel. In the presentation, that is the property that is the dual-zoned landscape business. So the M&S is in the front, and then that's R143 for the back portion.
Okay. So the western edge is bordered by 143.
Yes.
And this is not in the purple cloud that the comprehensive plan uses as a growth area, is that correct?
It is not within a growth area.
And well, I'll let that one go. The neighborhood plan urged rural character, and when it got gobbled up in the new zoning, we thought they were being added most to the comprehensive plan almost in total, and I don't think this was carried over quite that way. And folks who move in around these things, they look to see if they do their diligence, they look to see what's next door, what's behind them, what's in front of them, and I don't think anyone who lives in this area realized that this could become a duplex zoned lot. I understand that you can put R1 in R2 zoning, but it's basically for duplexes, much smaller lots. I don't think that's compatible with what the neighbors moved into the area for. I'm concerned about the street cuts and the additional traffic. I don't think I can support this either. Thank you.
Councilor Skilling and Councilor Harrison.
I just had a question on and Mr. Abel just mentioned it, the neighborhood plan. I'm making an assumption that this is superseded or otherwise mooted by the 2013 zoning ordinance. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Skilling. The neighborhood plan, along with several other neighborhood and corridor plans and area plans, actually became part of the 2015 comprehensive plan. So the Lakewood 2025 moving forward. So it's a historic plan.
So for the benefit of folks watching and obviously the folks that are here today, this plan that was raised doesn't have any binding or legal effect at this point in time, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Harrison, and I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
A couple of questions. Thank you for the presentation. One question that I had is on the site, and this probably needs to go to the developer. I know when one of the things that was discussed is that on the east side of the site you would have single-story houses, but on the west side of the site you potentially would have two-story. That's still gonna, is that still kind of the idea at this point?
Say yes to that one here, I guess, right? Yeah. Everybody can hear me? Yeah. Thanks for the question. Yes, the deed restriction for the east side would be single story, and the west side of the property would not be deed restricted, so it could be two-story.
I kind of have a problem with that because I think that's still going to affect the view. I mean, I appreciate your attempt to do that, but I think if you're going to deed restrict on the east side, you probably need to do the same on the west side if you're going to try to protect the view for those people. Oh, yeah.
So we were looking at the view corridor is usually like a 30 to 45 degree angle. And so by the time you get 150 feet away from that residence, you're well above 50, 60 feet in the air. And that's where that came from.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Another concern that I heard from a lot of people, and I just want to make sure that this site would not be approved at all for any kind of horse property, but at the same point, the existing rights that people have in that area that currently do have horse property would not be affected whatsoever by this project going in. So they could still have their horses, you could still have chickens and fun things like that, and I'm a farm girl, so I understand, but it wouldn't take away that right. It might not make it quite as fun, but it wouldn't take that right away. The other question I have is, what is there a final number of 39 units? Is that what you had kind of landed on? 38. 38. So it's going to be under the 40 unit allocation question. So I will pass on that. I'm still hedging my bet on this one. I'm not sure I can support or oppose at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem, let's get a motion in so we can.
Mayor Paul, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2019-33 on second and final reading based on the findings of fact of the Planning Commission July 17, 2019.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I just had a quick question. The MGS, what was the historic zoning on that before the rewrite, the overlay?
On the MGS portion?
Yep.
Don't guess.
I don't want to guess.
So
I'm trying to think if I can imagine what it is, but along the frontage in the MS, it was 1C. More than likely to go to the MG, it probably was a little higher, 2 or 3, but I really don't know because I don't have the map.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Seeing none. Please cast your votes. Councilor Harrison. Okay, and that fails 10 noes, 1 aye. The noes being Paul, Roybal, Gutwein, Skilling, LeBear, Abel, Vincent, Beta, Johnson, Franks. Would clerk please read item 20 into the record?
Item 20, continuance, ordinance O-2019-27, adding a new chapter 5.57 to the Lakewood Municipal Code concerning the licensing of commercial micromobility companies.
Okay, I'll now open the public hearing. Sam, you're the only one that's indicated a wish to speak. So come on down.
Do we want to give them a minute to get out of there?
No, we'll just keep rolling.
Okay. Mayor Paul, members of the council, thank you again for having me here for the third time. It's been wonderful to get to know you all through this process. Before I go forward, I would like to have a big thank you to the staff here at the City of Lakewood. They've been a joy to work with since the very beginning. I was actually looking back at my first emails with Christina Lane, was actually about a year ago next week. So we've really worked very closely, which has been wonderful. What I wanted to also thank you, members of the council. Worked closely with a number of you, Mayor Pro Tem Abel, Mayor Paul, Councilwoman Franks, and others, looking at what are your questions, figuring out what the best answers are, and making sure that we're all on the same page. I have to say, it's been really a joy to work with you all, as you have gotten more into the details than just about any other city that I have worked with across the region. And that's been great. And a lot of credit to Councilwoman Franks over there for really digging into it. And it's forced me to look back and make sure that I have the best possible answers, and found a couple cases where I've just said, I don't know. And we figured it out together. So I just wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to be here and to be part of the Lakewood community. A couple of questions. Now, I can answer some of your questions now. I know you've all read your packets. There's lots of information in the packets. I can also make myself available to stick around and answer questions as they come up throughout the conversation. That's not a problem at all. But a couple of the questions that we looked at were the insurance portion that I know Councilwoman Franks and Councilman Skilling were particularly interested in. As we got through, we broke down what exactly it's in your packet, exactly what our insurance covers versus what's available commercially. I can commit to you that while some of the insurance that I know Mayor Pro Tem Abel was envisioning is not available yet commercially, we are working closely with insurance brokers to develop a completely new kind of insurance for this particular thing. And as soon as that's available, that will be made available to riders here in Lakewood and in the Denver area as a whole. So that's one piece where we're building something new and building it together. Another piece that the councilwoman asked me to follow up on was on data sales. As you see in your packet, we do not sell our data. Never have, never will. It's not going to happen. So I can keep that. That's pretty clear and easy for me to answer that question. Responsiveness, I've also, in addition to just providing statements, I also followed up closely in your packet with information on actual minute-by-minute responsiveness. Took a month sample in the city of Dallas, and I went with Dallas because it was a bigger sample size. In the city that we've been operating there for about a year and a half, in 1 month, we had the average time to complete a request was 44 minutes. The median was 34 minutes. And there were a grand total of 20 relocation requests for 1,500 scooters that took over 100,000 trips. So on 100,000 trips, 20 requests to relocate, and each of those were done in a median time of 34 minutes. Point being, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to answer all of your questions, and I look forward to continuing to work with you and the staff to help improve transportation here in Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
There were others that came earlier, but they left because it's been a long night. Not a lot I can do about that one.
I hear it. Welcome to Lakewood. Mayor Pro Tem, could I please have a motion?
Yes, there are two ordinances involved here. I'll lump them together. I move for adoption of ordinance.
One sec, before you do that, I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah, we can have the single hearing on both items, but for voting purposes, they should be separate motions.
Okay. So I'll back that up then and just reopen. I'll open the public hearing on item number 21.
Do you want me to read that into the record first?
Please.
Item 21, continuance ordinance O-2019-28, repealing and replacing portions of Title 10 of the Lakewood Municipal Code concerning electrical assisted bicycles, electric mobility devices, and electric personal assisted mobility devices.
Thank you.
Second.
Shall I? Oh, she didn't move for adoption.
Okay.
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2019-28 on second and final reading as well.
Second.
No.
So
There are two motions on the table.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. We can have a single hearing to discuss everything, questions and comments, what have you. Then we need to have a motion and a vote on the first, and then motion and vote on the second.
So we'll
we really
just
only have the first one on the floor.
We could withdraw item 21.
I withdraw my second.
Just following suggestions from our mayor.
Don't blame me.
So now I'll backtrack and remove item 21 from.
So we have a bona fide. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So we have a bona fide motion and a second on 2019-27. Questions and comments, Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I've got a couple things. As you would see in your packet, we have the section that references the BBB. And that section wasn't filled in because the question was what letter. But Councilwoman Gutwein, she had a comment today that spurred a thought of mine of another possible way forward. So I first wanted just to float that, and then I do have a question. So there's another option. If you looked at the data set that they gave us from Dallas, and if you logged into that system, it's a really robust system. We don't have a 3-1 system to hook into, but another option may be that if we could do a potential BBB membership and or letter, or that our city staff gets a single customer service login to their customer service portal, which means that we can get real-time reporting. It'd be one person or whomever our city manager would designate, but that would give us then visibility into the complaints without requiring a business to have a membership in another. So it just kind of does, it's almost an or. So I just wanted to throw that out there so you guys could kind of noodle on that. And then the question I had was, while this insurance product is being developed, I know that there's self-insurance in the health industry, because I know I worked for a company that was self-insured up to a certain dollar amount, and then they had, I think, like an umbrella policy for catastrophic. So again, it's important for me to figure out how we can make sure that if we start to see injuries from this, that folks who may be injured through no fault of their own have some funds to draw against in order to, make themselves whole. So I don't know, and that would maybe be a question, I don't know for the industry or for staff, but is self-insurance an option until that insurance product is available? And had I thought of it earlier, I would have asked it earlier, but it did just bubble to mind today.
Thank you. Councilor Skilling.
I just wanted to clarify that the two main amendments that I saw was discussing Belmar and then the insurance issue. And just to clarify, is the Belmar issue still to be inserted in this if we so choose? I know that I think it was one of Jay's maybe not recommendations, but it was certainly on the list of keeping them specifically off the sidewalks in Belmar and then a dismount zone. We had talked about that last time. My understanding is that as of right now, that piece is not in the proposed ordinance unless we propose an amendment to put it in the ordinance. Or it could be that it's 1130 and it's a 600-page packet. I just want to clarify that that's accurate.
You're correct. It's not specifically addressed. Belmar's not specifically addressed. What the ordinance would do is provide the ability to restrict or force dismounting in particular areas. Our understanding of the council's desire in Belmar is that there be a dismount area at the edges, so along Wadsworth, along Alameda, along Ohio, I think it is, to the south, and Pierce to the east. So that could be implemented just as it could be in any other part of town without any additions or modifications to the ordinance. We've certainly heard that clearly from the city council and could implement that. If you prefer to have it in the ordinance, that's certainly an option. We just need to be specific geographically. But it would, if we were to take out the existing language, it would eliminate the ability to quickly implement a dismount area somewhere else if we ended up with a problem. So there's a couple of options.
Well, I just want to make sure Belmar's addressed. I mean, there was a pretty substantial discussion about that, as well as in the packet, that there's not enough room there for them to be operating on the sidewalk. So I know I think Denver just outlawed scooters on sidewalks. And I think we all agree that Belmar is the place where that kind of issue would certainly arise. So if we don't have to put Belmar in the ordinance and we can leave it to the CMO to craft that prohibition, then splendid. If we need to put it in the ordinance, though, let's put it in the ordinance.
Well, it sounds like we're splendid, so it can be okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
My concern kind of follows along with that. In Belmar, if you can't ride on the sidewalks, then you're riding on very narrow streets with cars parked on both sides. And there are other areas of the city where one should not ride these things on the sidewalk. I can vouch for that from personal experience. I won't tell you how close I came to hitting my head on the sidewalk. And there are other places that we don't want these things to operate on the streets for various reasons. And I see in here that all would be kind of left up to the city manager. Is that correct? Or it would be under her purview to compile these thou shalt not travel on lists?
Yes, the way it's written now.
How big a task is that going to be?
It's what we anticipate from the discussion that we've heard is that Belmar's pretty clear, that we don't want them on the sidewalks in Belmar. We don't know where they're going to be used very much around town at this point. There's some places we could guess. So I suspect that that'll be a phased implementation. I'm not sure that we can accurately predict all of those locations right from the get-go. So the way it's described now, the intention would be, unfortunately, to be reactive, but to be able to be quickly reactive and pretty agile in addressing areas that become problems.
My concern is that we may be avoiding or shirking a duty if we let these things take off from the get-go and then start adding places they can't go. Also, I was wondering how folks would know when they're about to hit an area where these things shouldn't be. I guess they will be shut off mechanically when they go to the wrong area. I think I got concurrence from the expert.
Yeah, no, it looks like Mr. Hutchinson can weigh in.
Okay.
I think there will be a couple of things. One is those areas will have to be signed so that people can actually see that they're not supposed to be riding them. But the providers generally have some geofencing capability to carve out areas that where they're not allowed to be used. And I think they'll be pretty cooperative on that. That can't be refined down to very, very small areas, but the kinds of areas I think we're talking about, full streets, the Belmar area, I think those are certainly manageable.
Okay. My colleague Jacob here showed me on his app that he could see where not to ride, but I'll tell you, I'm not going to be going down the street with my phone in my hand looking at an app on an electric scooter. So I think it would be good to be able to provide folks with a map, much like we do with our bicycle routes. Eventually, when we get it pretty well honed out, that so there would be something available for people to look at as they plan their trip. But I think y'all have covered everything else very thoroughly, and a lot of thought went into this, a lot of research with what other cities are doing and what's best for Lakewood. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And just a reminder, just a quick time check. It's 11:35 and we still have 5 more items tonight. So this is the 3rd time we've seen this. So we'll just keep quick reminder. Councilor Vincent.
Thank you for the reminder. Okay. But I think I have a process question maybe, because some people have said, why don't we trial this in certain areas? Would we have to pass the ordinance and then look at a trial area? Because some people are concerned about it having all over the city all at once. That was a heavy sigh.
My brain works a little slower at this time of day or night. Let me offer a couple of thoughts. I'm not sure these are completely definitive. Because we have the ability with the way the ordinance is written to prohibit in certain areas, if you think about having an extensive area where they're prohibited, then what remains is a geographic trial area. So I think there's a way to do that. It wasn't the way it was originally thought of, but I think it could be used in that way. One of the things I wonder about is if the geographic area is too narrowly defined, can we extrapolate what we learn there to a citywide or even a bigger area of the city? Because everybody has their own place they want to go. And so the one idea, I think very early on, we talked about maybe a corridor. In fact, I think the Alameda corridor folks had suggested maybe we start with the Alameda corridor, and that can certainly be done. But how does that extrapolate when it becomes a bigger area? Does it tell us how people are going to go north and south? Does it tell us what the issues are going to be around light rail stations, or pick another topic? So I wouldn't argue against a geographic trial area. I'd just be really careful not to make it too restrictive. And I'm having trouble figuring out how to suggest what might be not too restrictive.
Okay, I think you answered it for me. You gave me some ideas. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hutchinson, if I may add to that, I think in our earlier meetings and earlier comments with the providers, there was a hesitation to want to go narrow at first, in that they won't really understand their demand and where things need to be with a narrow thing, right? So we may pick an area and they may not have any users, whereas if you go in a broader range, then they can really tune in and find out where that demand is and where the need is. That's my understanding. Councilor Bida, Johnson, Harrison, Gutwein, Abel.
I'll keep my remarks short. I'm on record on this, and each and every time we've talked about this, and I'm just going to point out, as I understand the ordinance is proposed, it allows these vehicles electric vehicles on sidewalks unless otherwise posted. So the default is we're allowing them on sidewalks unless you all determine, like the Belmar area, to restrict them. I find that very curious in light of the recent actions that were just pointed out about Denver. They've had so many problems with it. They've now banned them from sidewalks. Yet we're not going to learn from that, and we're going to go ahead and allow them on sidewalks. So I've been against this from the beginning. I've said why. I'm not going to go through it again, but I cannot support this because of that. So my vote will be no.
Okay. Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. I guess that we're dealing with both ordinances and questions at the same time. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I don't have the page in front of me, but there was some place where we were talking about reckless and careless. How do you enforce that? Number one. Number two, there's also, on page 548, it talks about speed being reasonable and prudent. What does that mean? And also, I'd like to have the police department's position on these. I'm not sure that I've heard that.
Ms. Hodson, do you want to?
I'd like to introduce Agent Mark O'Donnell. You might recognize his name. And he's in great shape physically. He's the one who was incurred a pretty nasty accident in August ago. So he's the expert from the police department.
Council, reference careless and reckless, it would be the same basic statute that we would enforce for vehicles or bicycles. So that careless is without due regard, which sounds kind of complicated. That simply means not paying attention, not being careful of your surroundings. Reckless becomes that willful and wanton disregard for safety. That's a much higher standard. I can tell you with almost certainty that these scooters are not going to be considered, we're not going to see reckless type of behavior. We may see criminal acts, and that becomes that intentional act with these, but we're not going to see a whole lot of reckless driving. They just don't go substantially fast enough to cause that. Most of our concern would be out of careless riding or manner of them, whether it's not following traffic rules or regulations. The PD's stance on this is pretty simple. At this point, the ones that do make it into Lakewood, I know that they're not supposed to, but we've seen a few in Lakewood. We are treating like bicycles. So if they're in the roadway, they're considered a vehicle. They must obey all traffic laws as they are required to. If they're on the sidewalk, they're considered a pedestrian. The one thing with bicycles that is kind of different versus a motor vehicle is they can intertwine in between being a vehicle or being a pedestrian. They don't have to commit to one and stick to it. So that's where understanding the rules of the road is imperative on our end, and for public awareness that just because that person's on the sidewalk doesn't mean they have to dismount, doesn't mean that they have to slow. They can just kind of do their thing as if they were a bicycle or a person. I think realistically that's going to be where most of our issues come up, is these scooters are quick. People have a tough time judging the speed of bicycles already, and these are just another form of a bike, really.
Okay. So the speed, reasonable and prudent, could you please define that?
That's a tough one. depending upon where you are and what you're doing, reasonable and prudent can be very different. We don't have a set speed limit for bicycles, right, on a sidewalk. But if you're doing 35 down a sidewalk on a bicycle, no person in this room is going to say that's reasonable and prudent for the safety, not only of you, but everybody else that's using that. But doing 25 or 30 down 20th isn't an issue, right? So a lot of it is situational dependent in terms of where these scooters are. We wouldn't want to see a scooter, doing 25 or 30 in Belmar. We would want to see them at a walking pace, or if they are going to go that fast, we'd like to see them in the street. So that reasonable and prudent is going to be situational dependent in terms of where they are, whether it's a sidewalk or a road. Obviously, if it's a road, they're going to be considered a vehicle, so they've got to follow whatever the set speed limit is by traffic engineering.
I'd like to know what the police department's consideration is on this, please.
Realistically, the the PD is going to enforce it however the council deems, or whatever direction they decide to go. We are okay with wherever it ends up. Realistically, like I've said, we are treating these like bicycles now. It has no bearing or impact upon how we're going to enforce or what we're going to do with them. This is going to be no different than us dealing with the bicyclists going up and down Garrison or the pedestrian traffic. This is just another form of transportation for individuals.
Realistically, do we have the force to enforce this?
Absolutely. What I will say is, even from a bicycle or pedestrian standpoint, we do a lot of education. It's not necessarily enforcement. A lot of times it's just those contacts of, hey, you've got to use the crosswalk at this intersection if you're a pedestrian or if you're riding your bicycle on the roadway. Enforcement doesn't necessarily mean that we have to go out and write tickets. A lot of times we will use a minor violation like this as a method or a way to contact people to have that discussion where we can have that frank discussion and either educate them or have to take enforcement action. But I don't foresee this being a large impact on the PD.
Now, the way the ordinance is currently written, they can be on sidewalks. Is that correct? That's the way I read it. Okay. And also, we are going to allow them in Belmar. Is that correct?
No. The council's made it pretty clear that we're not going to allow them on the sidewalks in Belmar.
What about the sidewalks in general, outside of Belmar?
They'll be treated just like bicycles, so they can go on sidewalks.
They can, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So they will be allowed in Belmar on the streets, is that correct? I'm getting confused with some of this.
I think there have been different opinions expressed by different council members about whether or not they should be allowed on the streets in Belmar. I think there's pretty good uniformity from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that we do not want them on the sidewalks in Belmar. There wasn't a vote on whether they should be on the street or not. I frankly can't remember. I think the leaning was to allow them on the streets in Belmar, not in the sidewalks in Belmar.
Okay, I'm going to have trouble supporting this. Number one, I don't think they should be on sidewalks. I don't think they should be on trails. And I'm having a lot of trouble with them in Belmar. The streets are very narrow there. It's already difficult for cars to negotiate that. And so I can't support this. Thank you.
Councilor Gutwein, Harrison, Abel, Franks.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one more time about the streets and sidewalks. In the second ordinance, my understanding was that it kind of depends on the context. So if you're on a road, if you're on a scooter along a road that is 35 miles an hour and above, you're supposed to be on the sidewalk. But if it's 35 miles an hour and below, you're supposed to be in the street. So that way, it's kind of the safer situation for everybody, depending on what road you're on. Is that?
I think our transportation engineer, Mr. Whitaker, is probably best equipped to answer that as clearly as possible, and he's right here.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So the way we proposed it was that they could be on a road up to 35 miles an hour, but they wouldn't be allowed on a road. And when I say road, I mean vehicle lanes. If there's a bike lane, that's different. But in a road that's essentially 40 and over, they're not allowed. They'd be on the sidewalks. Another point of clarification, Denver and a lot of the other cities are treating it just like our police have talked about, treating them like bikes. Bikes are not allowed on sidewalks in Denver. So the recent change that Denver made was to align their scooters with bicycles. And so bikes can be on a sidewalk if it's within the block they're parking. Scooters can now be used on the block that you're parking. They just can't be continuously ridden down the sidewalks for your destination. So they're just aligning them just like Fort Collins, and there's a table in your packet where the different cities are essentially aligning them just like bicycles.
Thank you. I imagine it will take all of us a little bit of learning to get those rules down, but thank you. I think that makes sense to me. And then I also just want to echo a concern about Belmar, just especially in the beginning when we roll them out, just because I think that's the area that we're most likely to see collision between pedestrian and scooter. And so just want to raise that. And then, the other main concern we had in our ward was about shared use paths. We've already taken care of that. So I really appreciate it. And I just imagine that there won't be a ton of use of these down in Ward 5. It'll probably be up closer to light rail and down into Belmar, but I think that's the point of the pilot program. So I think that after all of this effort, I think we've come up with a very cautious approach with our pilot program, and I feel comfortable that we have sufficiently addressed the safety concerns as best as possible, and that we will be able to continue to do so, as we all continue to have these conversations and test out this pilot. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilor Harrison.
Thank you. A couple of questions. This ordinance, in terms of where we can ride, applies to not only rental scooters, but privately owned scooters, correct? So it's across the board. I'm curious. I've not seen that many scooters out and around in Lakewood at this point now. Are you seeing them?
Yeah. Usually when I drive around the city, I'll see one or two. I don't know if you've been to Costco recently. They sell 9-bot scooters now at Costco in Santa Fe. So you're seeing more and more. They're kind of, as some councilors know, they're
the reason
more
I
mainstream.
say that, and I echo Councilor Gutwein's comment, there was a set of scooters that were dropped off, 5 of them on Florida, right where near my home. And 4 of them magically disappeared relatively quickly, and the one has stayed there. It's never moved. I didn't check it personally, but I'll bet there's cobwebs on it. I don't think that particular location will end up being, its permanent home, because we're too far away, I think, from that last mile connection, that we're talking about. I don't think it's going to work in our area at all. Now, I could certainly be wrong, but we'll wait and see. One of the big concerns that I have is, how can we enforce that the parking of the scooters whenever they're put away? Because that's one of the concerns I have about people who have mobility issues, whether they're using a wheelchair or a walker or whatever. And in some of the locations throughout Lakewood, sidewalks are somewhat narrow. If the scooters are kind of thrown all over everywhere and not really picked up, how are we going to monitor that? Because that really bothers me.
Well, there's 2 facets to that. One is the deployment from the companies when they get charged and people put them out in the morning. there's much better control because you're dealing with an educated staff that's putting them out. So usually there's not too many concerns from the other cities we've talked to about that. It's the individual users that use them for their ride and then they leave them. Those are the ones that the providers are using education in their apps. We've talked about having stuff in the apps where if we have continual people that have created an issue, that eventually that, they get letters, they get talked to, and eventually they might even lose their ability to ride the scooters. So there's that educational component with kind of a hammer. And that's kind of the way we've proposed it so far.
Okay, so we have, hold on, Councilor Roybal hasn't spoke yet. And then I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Franks.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some concerns. In our particular ward, we have such a diverse area. We have high density, which obviously we talk about Belmar, and the Alameda corridor. It's being reconstructed right now. But just imagine on the Alameda corridor about Pierce, within about a month ago, almost 2 months ago, we had accidents that we had vehicles turned upside down. We also had another motorcycle from Pierce, from Mississippi going down Pierce, that wiped out, hit another car, and he was DOA. So what I'm trying to say is that maybe, just maybe, we put this other component in the streets while these vehicles are driving very fast. I think we're setting ourselves up for some more challenges. And I'm having a hard time getting past that. So myself, in our ward, and thank you for the police department for slowing them down as much as we can. And we're also asking a lot for photo sensors to slow these people down, to tell them, hey, guys, slow down a little bit. But as it stands right now, they're speeding past the elementary schools, past the high schools. And you get these kids that are going to get onto these scooters and you have them out in the street, you're bound to have some accidents, because sometimes when we have young kids, they've never taken the driving test. A lot of them don't know what the game rules are. And so I'm afraid that we might have some major accidents coming up. And for me, I have a hard time seeing that. So again, I'm not going to be supporting this either. So just want to let everybody know. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilor Franks, and maybe we can go to a vote.
Councilwoman Harrison brought up a really good point, and that is that this will apply across the board, rental and private. Can we, Mr. Cox, tell people you can't have one of these in your private, for private use? If we go to a pilot area, then we're going to be locking a lot of folks out of being able to get out of their neighborhoods on one of these things. So can we tell folks you can't have one of these if we just say no all the way around?
So you're saying we don't allow them to be here under a licensing system with the vendors, and then you want to prohibit them privately as well?
Right. Can you prohibit delivery service folks from using them in a certain area, but allow private users to use them in the same area? Or can we prohibit private folks like me from using the scooter I've already bought and paid for?
Well, I mean, one
make it personal.
way to prohibit it is to not allow it in areas where you could use it, and if you can't use it on the streets or the sidewalks, say in your neighborhood, then you have the problem you described. How do I get to where I can ride without driving it somewhere?
So, and how does that work legally? Everybody can have a bicycle right now,
Right.
Can we say, oh, well, you can't have a bicycle if you live in this 4 square block area?
I don't see how you can. I mean, because you can purchase one or receive one and then use it somewhere else. You can take it somewhere else and use it where it's legal, even if you can't connect the dots to get there from your house. You know, I'm just thinking about other types of vehicles, ATVs and things that you can own, and you can take them on your trailer and haul them out to someplace where you can ride on them legally. So you wouldn't be prohibited from owning it. You just own it and be prohibited from using it in the area around your home.
But you can't use an ATV anywhere in Lakewood on sidewalks or the street.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
So we would be making rules that fit some folks but not others. We would be prohibiting private ownership from being able to use it on the street in front of their house, but somebody who lives in another area could use it in the street in front of their house. It just seems to be a bit exclusive.
Well, again, I don't think that's why I think we wouldn't be able to prohibit ownership. It would just the amount of use that you could get out of it in your immediate area is going to be okay for some and not for others. But you can always take them someplace into Denver or someplace else where you might want to use it.
I don't know, that answer kind of changes. Subject reminds me of a question arising about a certain university and ownership of
But that's not to the motion.
No, that's not to the motion. I am concerned that I don't think we should be limiting these things for private use in a neighborhood, although we could limit it for livery service in that same neighborhood. And
well,
if we do a pilot program, then that would if it's 10% of the city we allow it to be used in, that would mean folks couldn't use their private scooter in 90% of the city.
Well, if you have a good reason for prohibiting the use in a certain location, let's just for simplicity say you decide nowhere on sidewalks. Well, there are people who live in neighborhoods that have sidewalks, and there are people who live in neighborhoods that don't. And some are going to be able to use them and some are not. But that's not a restriction on ownership. That's a restriction on, using it once you take it out of the box.
Can we say you can't use it on sidewalks and you can't use it in streets if you live in this neighborhood?
Again, if there's good reason, if the streets, we've already identified Belmar as a bad place to use it on the sidewalks, and it's kind of tricky on the streets. If you have good rationale for prohibiting it in a particular area, then you rely on that.
I think that good rationale is the key to the whole thing. We couldn't just blanket say you can't use them in Ward 1, but you can use them in Ward 2.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I will be quick. I know we're all been a long day. I wanted to say for me, the one of the things that would be key if I was going to be in support of this would be insurance. So it would have to either be self-insurance or it would have to be waiting until the product was available. And that sounds like obviously the product's being worked on and the self-insurance may or may not be an issue. On the BBB, personally, I'd love membership and love an A or the portal access. I could get comfortable with that. But ultimately where I land is when you really look at lessons learned. I'm a project manager, so I believe in learning from others. And when you look at what a spokesperson from, I think it would be Denver Public Works spokeswoman said, and this is, quote, based on rider behavior, observed and feedback received through Denver's dockless mobility pilot permit program, Denver Public Works made an ordinance change recommendation to Denver City Council's Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure Committee to prohibit electric scooters on sidewalks. And what that tells me is their Public Works just observed things that made them uncomfortable enough. I mean, again, I haven't had a chance to fully validate that quote, but when I'm looking at the lessons learned where they're no longer allowing the sidewalks, we don't have good infrastructure, we don't have continuous bike lanes. It'd be great if we did. coupled with, I don't see that there's been almost no outreach from my community in demand for this, and I'm not trying to disrespect others where there is, but and then I actually work off of the 16th Street Mall and get to see even them in the bike lanes where it still is treacherous because, again, they're very agile. I walk along the river and see them thrown in by the dozens because I think folks are frustrated with them. And so while I would love to get comfortable with this, I think it's a technology that I think is really going to allow folks to get where they need to go efficiently and quickly. I just don't think we're ready, so I'll be a no.
Councilor LeBear.
Thanks. Yeah, I just have one question. Does the BBB thing, does that kill the model? Is that going to work for anybody, or are we just wasting our time here? That's my only question, because if we keep it in there in the ordinance and it's not a realistic goal, like what are we even having a discussion about? If we need to get rid of it to make the ordinance even workable, then that's just something that'd be good to know.
So yeah, the hard part about the BBB, depending on whichever letter you want to choose, you know, some of these companies are large. Ford, for instance, is in it now. So are they getting their BBB rating on the scooter portion, or are they getting it on the vehicles? So depends on the, you know, we've got Rock and Roll Scooters, supposedly a local vendor, and that's their only business. So, I mean, that's the complication.
Well, there'll be another. I just have a couple. I mean, I don't think it's government's place to make a requirement for BBB. And as a small business owner, frankly, I don't think BBB is the best ranking to even utilize, right? There's some pay to play. There's a lot of different things. I don't think it's a real good gauge as to that. And I just don't really feel comfortable there. But there are parts of our community that really do want to see this and have been working towards this. And, you know, just because the demand may not be in one side, I think if you really want to get behind it and want to try it, staff has done an enormous body of work working with all the council, working with the industry to try to figure out a balanced way to go about this. And I think there's a lot to this, and it could be a good thing. And if it's not, I'm sure then we'll be revisiting it. So that's my 2 cents. Mayor Pro Tem.
So if we say no to this, then can Councilwoman Franks ride her electric bicycle in the city? And can I ride my electric scooter in the city if we say no?
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification question. Remember, there are two ordinances. The first one, -27, is the licensing program for commercial micromobility. So those are the folks who this is their business. The second one, -28, is what I think of as rules of the road. Doesn't matter who owns it, doesn't matter who's riding it, this is how you're supposed to do it. These are the kinds of things that you heard from the police department about. So one of the reasons to have the two separate votes is you can say no to the commercial micromobility providers and say, yes, we have rules of the road for electric bikes, for electric scooters, just like we do for bicycles and cars and trucks.
Okay, so we could pass one but not the other. And if we pass if we reject 28, then you can't use these things anywhere in the city.
Interestingly, that's not the end result. I'm glad you asked that question as well, because there is state law that addresses this.
Sure.
And I may be corrected here in a moment, but my understanding is that that would be the default, essentially. And ultimately, you may remember that about once a year or so, you end up with a kind of a smattering of things dealing with traffic and other things that have to be updated because changes in state law occur. This would probably show up in that effort if you said no to the second ordinance tonight, because we'd want to make our laws conform with state law where they're required to. Was I close, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, you're right there. You Yes, and I'm going to look to Ms. Roth in case I don't get this right. But yeah, the result, if you adopt the, if you don't adopt the operational restrictions number in Ordinance 28, you don't have any municipal prohibitions or regulations of those vehicles. And as Jay said, I think we default to the state. And then any tickets that get written, this is where it gets tricky because only municipal violations are enforced in municipal court. So if the tickets are written in Lakewood, they'd be taken to county court, I guess.
That's right. So the legislature passed in May a bill that requires e-scooters to be taken out of the definition of toy vehicles. So in Title 10, we have e-scooters fall under toy vehicles. So if we don't amend Title 10, we will not be able to enforce any rules against e-scooters unless it's written as a violation of state statute.
And the state allows them only in streets or specifies street use. Is that correct?
They are treated as bicycles in the state statute, so they become street or sidewalk.
Okay.
So ultimately, that is kind of the rub here of the state is viewing e-scooters, unless otherwise dictated by a municipality or governing agency, as a bicycle in which can operate on either sidewalks or roadways. So that's how Denver has kind of not necessarily gotten around it, but has addressed it, is because they've specified where they have to be used. And if we don't specify, then we fall underneath that state statute in which they can be ridden anywhere, including Belmar or whatever other locations you guys would like to restrict.
Thank you.
Councilor Franks?
Well, I've just been taking notes, and it sounds to me like you may have a motion that needs to be made to strike the BBB. I saw a lot of heads, and I can certainly understand that. I mean, I certainly am not, that's not a sticking point there. So I think somebody needs to kind of craft a motion to get that out. I think you may want to consider crafting a motion that then asks for that portal access. I think having that ability to be able to look at that real-time data and be able to track that, I think that's helpful. But again, I'm just throwing that out there. Based on listening to several of the folks talk here, you may want to consider the no sidewalks. Now, I know we're different than Denver, and they have a lot of different infrastructure. I could have gotten a lot closer with the no sidewalks. And then the last one was you may want to look at a self-insurance. I still think there's just a gap there. We have the potential for injury, but nothing filling that in. And I don't know if that would be another deal breaker, because a company may not want to self-insure until that product's there. But I just took those as notes as 4 possible amendments. And if all those were perfectly tidied up, I could be a yes, but I don't think we're going to get those all perfectly tidied up. I just think that those are key things that need to be baked into the decision points.
Certainly. Well, that was, I guess, the goal of having this for the 3rd time tonight, was to try to get us to that point. So, Councilor Harrison.
I just want Councilor Franks to define her to explain what she's meaning by self-insure. As an insurance agent, that means different things. So would you describe to me what you're meaning?
A company I worked for, they did a self-insurance for the health insurance. And so they actually set aside money out of their funds up to a certain point, and then they must have had a catastrophic policy. So I'm probably not explaining that well, but it would get, somebody would still get coverage while we're in this gray area where there is no product yet for the companies to buy into.
So you're saying that, and I'm just going to say Lime would carry its own policy that would carry X dollars worth of coverage for medical claims, property damage, et cetera? Yeah. That's what you're saying? Thank you.
All right, Councilor LeBeer, motion to amend. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I move for adoption of ordinance O-2019-27 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Do we, And with the, but amend it to say, to remove the portion about the BBB on numbers 1927. Yeah. Eliminate paragraph
Councilor LeBeard.
17.
Do you want to just make the amended motion and then, thank you.
Yeah, I move to strike menu item number 17 under 5.57.03.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. This is just the amendment, not the full thing. Please cast your votes.
I think it's 040 there.
To strike.
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 Paragraph 17.
Yes.
And 040.
Yes, correct.
It's 5.57.040.B.17.
My packet says something else. We're good.
Is that what we got?
Could I get you guys to vote, please? Yeah. Sorry. Okay, passes 9 ayes, 2 nays, the nays being Roy Ball, Beta. Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2019-27 as amended on second and final reading.
Okay. Second. Motion and second. Please cast your votes. That passes 6 ayes, 5 nays, the nays being Roy Ball, Beta, Johnson, Franks, Harrison. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please read
Item 21.
or make a motion to adopt?
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2019-28 on second and final reading.
Mr. Mayor,
Second.
there's some confusion before we move forward.
I don't know. It's Tuesday.
If we approve.
I think they're not sure what we just voted.
So the first was the amendment. Yeah, it's okay. The first was the amendment to pull the BBB language, the 0.0044 whatever B, and then the second was adoption of ordinance 2019-27 on a 6-5 vote.
With that amendment.
Yes, as amended.
Now the motion on the floor is for adopting number 28.
Yep.
21.
And there's a motion and a second by Councilor Vincent. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. And that passes 8 aye, 3 nay, the nays being Roy Ball, Beta, and Johnson. All right. Okay, so we're going to move into topics, and we'll just go right into the first one, which is the Federal Center, and there's 4 co-signers on that, so I don't know who wants to take the lead on that. Councilor Bede?
Yes, I'll go ahead and take the lead on this, and I promise I'm going to keep my remarks brief on this. What we've got before us is a request to take this entire 59-acre on the Federal Center issue, which has been bubbling for a long time and has come up in front of council and so forth in various ways over the years. But what we're asking for, what's being asked for, is to take it to a study session so that we can study all the ramifications and so forth on this 59 acres. And then if the council agrees, to then send a resolution to the Congress of the United States, as well as the President, to keep this property in federal inventory in perpetuity, keep it as open space so as not to disturb it and have create the issues with the contamination that are being discussed. And so without getting into all the details, I don't think it's necessary tonight. We heard from some very talented and knowledgeable people tonight in open comment on on what's over there on these 59 acres and the number of contamination issues that are being are of concern, and this matter is of great concern to the community, I can tell you that. So what's being asked tonight is just to send this to a study session, and then we can get into the details, and the council can make a final decision as to whether or not they want to take a position, which would then be transmitted to the Congress and the president. And the reason this is coming up now is sort of a window of opportunity, and the window is that there is a board, it's a bipartisan board that has been appointed. These members are appointed by the president, the Congress, and I'm not sure who else, but it's a board that is looking at making a recommendation on this property. And so that's going to happen probably in November is the information I have. I think Councilman Abel may have a more complete information, but my understanding is this will be happening sometime in the latter part of the year. And so this is our opportunity to weigh in on that recommendation and to get our feelings known as a council on behalf of our citizens, because what I want to point out is one of the most important jobs that we do as a council is to protect our citizens, the health, welfare, and safety of our citizens. As far as I'm concerned, that's the #1 job that we do here. And this implicates that requirement, that duty of ours. And I think we need to take it seriously, take a hard look at this thing. So that's what we're asking tonight, is to kick it to a study session, and let's see if we can't get into a little deeper into the details.
Right. And if for clarification, if you would, I think it'd be important if we do have a study session to invite Colorado Department of Health, the federal government, and all the folks, because I think there's a real kind of whole spectrum of different information, different things, different levels of comfort from different members on council who've been either engaged in this for a long time or not. So would you recommend that part as well, to have the federal government to explain what their process is, as well as the Colorado Department of Health and Environment?
Yes.
Okay.
I have no problem with that.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel?
The process is that the country and OMB then will will vet this list themselves and present their findings on it to Congress for further action. And I would like to mention that one of the reasons there are different points of view on this is the federal government on one hand says, oh, it's perfect if you want to put people in high-rise apartment buildings over there, but in the court case said it's not suitable for homeless folks to live on. So that dichotomy needs to be explained, among other things, and I would like to see this go to study session so we can hear the answers to that very dualistic presentation. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you. We've been pushing this out into the community and have gotten a lot of input. Is the document that we have here perfect? Probably not, and that's the point, is that we need to have buy-in and have all of you also weigh in on this. Basically, what we are trying to do is have a public policy statement that Lakewood does take seriously the concern of the community and the uncertainty, because there is conflicting information. The worst thing that we can do is to be excited and urgent to see a build out there and then find out later that we were premature. There's no urgency to build, but there is an urgency to have the study session based on the fact that the board is going to meet in November. And it does need to have all of your input. We've been getting a lot of input from the citizens. There is a lot of buy-in on this, and we've gotten some good information to even make this document better. Thank you.
Councilor Harrison?
Thank you, and thank you for the four of you of working on this. But my question would be is, even if we did have a study session and we did have a great product, would the resolution that we would pass change the federal government's mind about what they wanted to do with this parcel?
Councilor Bida?
I think that's a good question, and the answer is, of course, we don't know. How can we know? You know, the federal government's the federal government. What I can tell you based upon my experience with GSA and working with the federal government, they are very concerned about local issues. They do pay attention. Will they pay attention in this case? I don't know. But part of the idea, I think, would be is if we as a city speak with one voice and say this is what we think needs to happen here for the benefit of our citizens. We're not talking just about Lakewood, because this has the effect of potentially affecting surrounding areas as well, such as Jefferson County, such as Wheat Ridge, such as Golden, such as Arvada, such as Littleton. They all have a stake in this because the contamination we're talking about and the potential of it could affect a lot more than just the citizens of Lakewood. And it may come to pass that some of the other jurisdictions, seeing what we do, may also bear on the subject with the Congress. So we can't give you an answer. They might just blow us off and say, yeah, who cares about Lakewood? But at the same time, I think we have an obligation to our citizens to at least make the effort.
Do we feel like, thank you, I appreciate that. Do we feel like passing a resolution gives our citizens the impression that we have some sort of authority with the federal government? That's my concern. I get what you're saying, Councilor Bida. I think the federal government's going to do, but if we pass a resolution like this, they are going to assume that we have some extra power. I think there will be people that will assume that.
So I think the question is, and we can have that merit discussion about all the other thing, is if council wants to go forward with a study session, and we can debate the merits of that. The other part is if there's a resolution that goes forward, it needs to be a factual resolution, and I don't think you're going to get potentially 11 people to decide what the best use of that property is, and the fact it's not even our property. And I also want to be cautious about one of our major employers that developed a beautiful campus on land that is identical to the land that we continue to talk about. So study session to have this council have all the voices heard. I think what I would say, I would support that. We still have 2 other agenda items tonight. So with that, Councilor Gutwein.
My first question is just about the timing and when this could take place, just because I believe we have a relatively full plate.
Yes, thank you. And the other issue, Councilor, is when will we be able to have a representative from CDPHE as well as GSA? I mean, that would be critical in terms of the actual conversation. So it's hard to say. We would certainly invite them and then try to coordinate calendars. We have had both of them in the past, and they're both representatives from both agencies have been really willing and really supportive of the city. So it's just a matter of coordinating that. We have a limited amount of study sessions before the end of the year. And, we would just work with those open dates and try to get CDPHE as well as GSA to be at the same time.
Great, thank you. I am, the first major policy discussion regarding the Federal Center really took place mostly before I was in office. So I am certainly eager for facts regarding that site. So I'm fine with having a study session. It's going to be, I think, very important that we communicate accurate and factual information with the public, because I don't want to cause undue alarm as well. So thank you.
Too late. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just regarding that editorial comment, The charge of this board is to divest the GSA of properties that cost them tens of millions of dollars a year but are doing no good. These are surplus properties, and the GSA has to pay a lot of money to maintain and oversee the properties, manage the properties. And the Building Disposal Board has said during the meeting here that it is less important they make a profit on the properties or that the properties pay or bring market rate as it is for them to not have to pay tens of millions of dollars a year to maintain properties they can't use. So that is just in part answer to Ms. Harrison's question. And are we going to get agreement on what's there and what's not? Probably not. We may get a better look at it, but like I say, the GSA and HHS have been all over the board on this one. It's good for one situation and not good for the other, so perhaps we can get a straight answer. Thank you.
Okay, so is there consensus for a study session? Okay. Next is going to be Councilors Skilling and Franks.
Seeing that there was no fast lean in over there, so I'm just saying. So this request is to follow up on prior discussions regarding the city attorney office and information contained within that process document that was prepared by staff and provided to council to assist with that dialogue. That would have been back about the end of June, I believe, would have been the right time frame. We all received a pretty detailed document, and basically it's a point at which you come to a conclusion where you're going to look at the information you've received and make a determination. I guess there's just two big directions that, could be gone. But at this point, we just need to kind of finalize those discussions and make a determination as a body, whether we continue with the same model, we go with a different model or a blend. And I just think we just need to button this up. So I don't think it's, from the dais tonight, it's really just putting closure around that and making a determination. So for me, obviously brought it forth. I'll be supporting it and would certainly encourage you all to do so as well.
So what is that though? Is it a study session? Is it?
Right, that's what it says on the thing. It says next available study session slot, yes.
Okay. So I'm getting some yeses. At this point, I'm a no. I think we have a lot of information and a lot of different things, and we have a lot on our agenda, and so I'm a no at this point, but looks like there's consensus. There's a no, there's a yes. Okay, so there's consensus, so yeah. Yeah. Yep. So do you have clarity on that? Because I don't have clarity on that explanation. Yeah.
So during the session, we talked about there's two potential directions. Right now, we have a hybrid where we have a contracted city attorney and they manage staff. There has been talk for quite a while that there's another option where we would go to a staff position. And so those are the two big polar points. That doesn't mean those are the only two ones that can come out of that, but we need to get to a point, are we going to continue as a city and say that we want the contracted model, which is certainly an option, or are we going to say we've grown maybe to the size where we think it makes sense for us to have an actual staff attorney. And I think that's really the discussion. You get, you put all the things out there. Staff presented a transition plan if you went with, one of the options over the other. But I think that is the decision point. We've talked about this for a while. Some people on council have said that they, believe we've gotten large enough and it's time to bring the position in-house. Others have said they're perfectly fine with where they're at. And I think we just need to put the final pin in that to make a decision.
I would add, if I could, Councillor Franks referred to an email document that was sent to you on June 17th, 2019. I'd ask you to go back and review that if you would. It was staff's response as you asked for it around the time of the city attorney's evaluation process. So that's June 17th, and I could also send this again. That's probably would be better. All right, so we'll make sure, we'll check your email and we'll have this sent out to you again in the next, sometime this week.
Okay. And there's the final one, Councilor Franks. I think that's yours as well.
And actually had not even requested this to be an item for consideration. I had just thrown out some ideas for improving our request for council action. And so literally what you see there is what I'm proposing is that we have a summary and a goal statement. It's just 1 to 3 sentences to say what you're proposing, but more importantly, what is the desired outcome? Because sometimes that's not clear, and we can see from mine, you all didn't really understand what the desired outcome. So had I even followed my own process, better, you would have understood what the desired outcome was. Then just the prioritization, that's really directing folks to look at our dashboard. And I know it's not called a project dashboard, but as we keep adding things to there, things have to slide down. And so it's important to say, well, what are you saying is less important than what you're bringing forth? And so really that summary sheet there just walks it through. What's your proposed action? What's the details? What's competing? And then, of course, financial gaps. So those were just changes to the form. I think it's fairly pedestrian as far as what's being recommended, just a way to improve the information we get.
Okay. Is there anything on that? All right. So we'll just change the form to a different template. Sound good? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll just change the form. Okay.
You can try it.
Do we need a formal motion on that?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the calendar. And so that puts our study sessions with basically 2 study sessions left. Well, 3, but one big one, which is our September 16th. So clearly that's next week. And then October 7th is North Dry Gulch and financing. So that's going to be a huge one. And then October 21st is the state of the courts. And then we have an election. So I just ask council to keep that in mind. Ms. Hodson, do you need any kind of clarification?
On which one?
On just any of the 3. I don't want to leave you hanging.
It's going to just take a little bit of work. I need, like I said, for the first one, for the Federal Center information, it's really going to be a matter of coordinating the right folks to be there so that we can have a really informed conversation. So that would be important. When that can happen, I don't know. I just wrote a note to the GSA administrator to ask him about when the board's going to make a decision, and I realize it's 12:30, so he probably won't answer tonight. And so I'll let you know when I get an answer on that. I'll talk to staff. Let me jump over one. I'll talk to staff about adjusting the form. I hadn't really, so I don't know that that'll be a real tough thing. And in terms of the city attorney review, I think it's a matter of just finding a study session date where we can have a pretty thorough conversation. So I don't anticipate another presentation from staff. We've done that once. We've provided a document. You've had conversations with the city attorney. I mean, we can think this through. However, I think it's really a matter of your own conversation, unless you would direct me differently.
That's fair. There's just sensitivities that I think some have towards the position and the discussion. So, but it is what it is.
The only other thing I would add to that is I think you requested some additional information and some reporting from the city attorney during the evaluation, and you may want to give some feedback in terms of what you've gotten to date, and is that sufficient? Do you want changes, et cetera? So I would think that would be another important component of this conversation.
Thank you. Reports. Mayor Pro Tem.
We had a very good Ward 1 meeting last weekend. However, one gentleman had some concerns that were addressed in a heated fashion, and I think directed toward the police agents that we had presenting a program there. Our agents did an excellent job of handling the gentleman's concerns and treating him very fairly. But I felt that he was going a bit too far in his comments. So I'm glad that the agents handled it the way they did, and hopefully that we will keep a more civil, have a more civil tone from everyone who participates in our meetings. Thank you.
Councilor Roybal.
No report.
Councilor Gutwein. Councilor Skilling. Councilor LeBear. Councilor Harrison. Councilor Franks. Councilor Johnson. Councilor Beta. Councilor Vincent.
Just real quick, our meeting is Wednesday from 6 to 7:30 at the Clements Center. This Wednesday we'll have a city update and council reports.
Great. Michelle? No. Mr. Cox, Ms. Hodson. All right, Agent Maines, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. You picked a good one. We'll adjourn at 12:41.